Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this public meeting of council for October 3rd, 2023 to order. Before proceeding through the agenda, I would like to, it's on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. The first and only item that's up this evening pertains to Z-10 2023, which is 852 Pembroke Street West. This meeting has been called to consider the application under the City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 to rezone the property municipally known as 852 Pembroke Street West from central commercial C2 zone to residential type 3 44-R3 44 zone. Mr. CAO, can you please report on how notice was given?
Yes, notice was given by mail to all owners of properties within 120-meter radius of the subject land and was posted on site on August 31st, 2023.
Thank you. And I'd ask for a planning report from Mr. Hutton, the city planner, regarding this application.
Thank you, Your Worship. The applicant, Jared Bergeron, has submitted a site plan proposing the conversion of the existing building at 852 Pembroke Street West, which was formerly a laundromat, currently vacant, to 4 converted dwelling units. The property is currently zoned Highway Commercial C2 by the zoning bylaw, as you're probably getting quite familiar with me saying, with several recent applications lately. The highway commercial zoning allows for dwelling units, residential dwelling units above and or below ground floor commercial uses. It does not allow for a building fully comprising of a residential use, and therefore the requirement for a zoning bylaw amendment is triggered. The proposed residential type 344 zoning, the site-specific zoning, would permit these converted dwellings, as well as provide site-specific relief for the existing lot and building deficiencies that are itemized in your report. These deficiencies can be viewed in light of the building being constructed in phases, first in 1906, then in 1941 and 1953. All of these dates predate the city's first zoning bylaw, which was enacted in 1955. So it is likely that these deficiencies could be considered legal nonconforming, but they have been added to this application as housekeeping items in the form of site-specific relief. All other applicable R3 provisions are met or exceeded. Parking provisions are met and exceeded. The proposed zoning can be viewed as being compatible within the existing neighborhood. As shown on your attached mapping, the vast majorities of property within the vicinity are in fact residentially zoned. Even along the Pembroke Street West corridor, which is designated highway commercial by the official plan, but even still, the zoning and the uses on the ground are predominantly residential. Regarding the highway commercial designation of the official plan, this designation aims to have the predominant use of land as being for retail and business establishments that are typically dependent on a high volume of traffic. As such, the proposed use would be incompatible with this official plan designation, and an official plan amendment is required. The proposed residential designation would support the full use of the property as residential. In terms of the aims of the official plan, this meets the aims of residential intensification, the creation of a supply of new housing units, as well as the redevelopment and conversion of existing buildings. Further, the official plan under its residential designation aims to promote efficient and pleasant environments and neighborhoods. As you'll see itemized on your report, within a 1 kilometer radius of the property are schools, parks, and as well as commercial amenities and the Pembroke Memorial Center, not limited to, but including 3 schools, Riverside Park, the Algonquin Trail, and Kiwanis Trail being very close by, as well as the West End Mall and West End commercial areas in one direction and downtown Pembroke in the other direction. The property is located on Pembroke Street West, which is the city's arterial road as designated by the official plan. This provides for strong vehicular transportation links, but it also provides for strong pedestrian movement in the form of there are sidewalks on both sides of the road that allow for easy walking to the aforementioned amenities. The official plan aim to have all residential development hooked up to existing infrastructure and servicing will be met by the conversion will trigger the requirement for a building permit, at which time the operations department, the city's operations department, will be notified. In terms of the provincial policy statement, this application is very much in keeping with its aims of intensification and redevelopment, and therefore the planning department is recommending the approval of this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for 852 Pembroke Street West from a highway commercial official plan designation to a residential one, and from a highway commercial C2 zoning to a residential type 3-44 site-specific zoning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutton. Has there been any opposition to this application?
We have received no submissions nor inquiries.
Okay, and has there been any support for this application?
So we have the applicant, Jared Bergeron, present via Zoom.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Bergeron.
Hello.
Did you wish to address council in respect to this matter?
Owen's got her covered. I would like to rezone and pretty up the place and get her looking more presentable, and that's why we're going through this, to get a permit and get everything done here.
Thank you. I'd ask for a report from the Chair of Planning and Development Committee of Council regarding the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee comments regarding this particular application.
Thank you, Worship, members of council. This came before the Planning Advisory Committee for a review. I think some concerns were made in regards to the fact that we may be dewatering our zoning areas from commercial to residential, et cetera. But however, based on Bill 23, more homes built faster across the province, and it follows the outlines have been presented to us through the planning department, all of the committee were in favor of moving forward. That's what I have to report. Thank you.
Any members of council with some questions on this particular application? Seeing none. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please contact Mr. Hutton at City Hall, and I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? This public meeting of council is adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I'll call this Planning and Development Committee meeting to order of Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we need an approval of the or amendment of the meeting agenda moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. Business arising from the minutes, errors or omissions? If not, I need an adoption. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to have the Algonquin College update, and I would like to welcome Dean Sarah Hall from Algonquin College, as well as Jamie Brandberger, the Manager of Student and Community Affairs. So welcome to our council meeting on this beautiful day.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us.
Yes, thank you.
So, Your Worship and members of council, we really do appreciate the opportunity to be able to come here this evening and provide you with a bit of an update on what is going on at our beautiful waterfront campus here at Algonquin College. And so for most of the presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Brandberger to provide that update, but I just wanted to highlight, this is certainly an unprecedented time for us here at the college. We have quite a bit of success with some of our new programs, but certainly you will have noticed that we have many international students here, and that will certainly be one of the things that Jamie will speak to, and we are planning on growing in that area. So we'll highlight some of those things. We have received some pretty amazing feedback from those students in terms of their experience with us. I think that's quite impressive, given that for the most part they arrived here in January last year as our sort of first introduction to Canada, and certainly the first introduction to here. So you'll see some photos, and if you haven't seen them already, many of our students donned some snowshoes and did some outdoor activities and really embraced that opportunity. And so Pembroke is a really welcoming place. There are always some challenges, and we know that. But overall, we're hearing positive things from our students, and we really want to acknowledge that that they feel that way. So with that, I'll let Jamie lead you all through our presentation and update, and I'm open to any questions along the way or at the end as well.
Thanks, Sarah. Good evening, Council. Good to see you. It seems that this is a yearly pilgrimage now since the time that we built the new waterfront campus. But my pleasure to provide you with an update, and I'll ask Sean to just go to the next slide, please. So really want to talk about a few things, what's new, and that will involve programming, international enrollments. We'll talk about that as part of our enrollment update, some strategic priorities and initiatives for the college, and in particular our campus. We thought it was important for you to also hear about the Students Association priorities, because some of them are directly connected to the municipal infrastructure within our community. Labor market trends, which are driving some of the decisions that we're making around domestic and international enrollments. And then we want to just, if an opportunity is there around partnership opportunities, we're happy to discuss that as well. So if you look at community contributions, you know, I'm very, very proud of everything that the college has done for this community over its 55 plus years of serving this region, and now just over 11 years at the waterfront campus. But we continue to have students and staff, faculty that are heavily involved, heavily invested in this community. I threw up one picture there of our arborist students after they did a fairly significant cleanup along the waterfront. Every year they're down at Riverside Park and they're pruning and making the city look great in some of those public spaces. But it's just one example. Our carpentry and renovation students, there's a new pavilion up at Champlain Discovery School that they built last year. There's a pavilion over at Rotary Park that they built. The shed down that stores some of the materials used for gardening at the waterfront, that was built by our carpentry students as well. Just throughout the community, our students are involved, and also, of course, led by our faculty. And I think we all remember the floods and the impact that that had on our beautiful waterfront, and the college was there to help contribute and building of the boardwalk as well. And we'll continue to be a good corporate citizen, utilizing the great talent of both our students and our staff. Next slide, please. So what's new? We have developed an Indigenous medicine wheel garden. It's kind of at the western tip of our property, up the hill at the back of the parking lot. If you haven't been there before, I encourage you to just go for a walk to the top of the hill. We had a National Truth and Reconciliation ceremony there on Friday morning for our students and staff. It's a beautiful space, you know, to be in the outdoors. And this was a picture on the screen that was taken, one of our Indigenous students speaking on that day in that space and what it means, not only to Indigenous but non-Indigenous students, as a spiritual space, a space you know, that can be used for reflection, for prayer, for whatever a student wants to do, or a staff member for that matter. And there's some wonderful, and I should let the gardener beside me, Sarah, speak to this, some wonderful plants. I won't even try to go there because that's not my expertise. The Learn and Stay grant you may or may not be familiar with. This is a grant that was brought in by the Ontario government just over a year ago now, which essentially offered free tuition to nursing students in both the Bachelor of Science in Nursing, the 4-year degree, as well as practical nursing, and some other healthcare programs as well, with a couple of conditions. One is they had to successfully complete the program. And the second condition, and the most important for our region, is they had to work within the region they studied for a minimum of 6 months for every year studied. And if they did that, their tuition would be covered. If they did not fulfill that obligation, that would turn into student loans and they would have to repay. So it's an important initiative when you consider the labor shortages that we're experiencing in healthcare, and in this case, nursing. It also spurred us to add a second intake of practical nursing, so we now have both a fall and winter intake for the first time in our history. And so we're going into the second round of that, having that extra intake. We've also added another personal support worker intake in January. We used to just have a fall intake here in Pembroke. We've heard very loudly from long-term care about the shortages that they are experiencing. And in both of these programs, nursing and personal support worker, that's where we are seeing a significant increase in international enrollments. And thank goodness we are, because we were not getting enough domestic applicants, not just us, across the college system to be able to meet that demand for labor market. We're going to be introducing a new water and wastewater diploma program in fall 2024. So any municipality that has a water treatment plant, this is going to be an important new initiative. It supports our existing environmental programs that we have, environmental technician, environmental management and assessment. This program has historically been offered at the Ottawa campus. It is being moved to the Pembroke campus, and it's a good mix with the programming that we already have. So we're hoping to get some good uptake from our municipal partners around placement experiences as well as graduate employment. I think we talked about this last time we were here. One of the lessons learned from the pandemic was that we were pretty good at using technology and figuring it out in how we delivered curriculum. So the multimodal delivery program applies to some of our programs where students have a choice every single day whether they come on campus or they study remotely. And we have the equipment now that teachers can teach to both audiences. Doesn't work for every program. We can't teach how to climb a tree for an arborist virtually, but we can do really, really well in a program like business, which is very, very theoretically based. We've also, and we'll speak a little bit more detail about this in a moment, but we've enhanced our relationship with the Canadian Forces Base, our garrison, up in Petawawa, and again, the increase in international enrollments, and I'll share a little bit of data for you on that with our next slide, I think. Yes,
I could just-
go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add another little piece of information for you. So the college is currently exploring how we might be able to also offer what we would call a bridging for PSW to PN and then for PN to BSCN. So I think this is important for you to know as we have a number of people working in those various different roles. Our Ottawa campus is doing a bridging program. They'll be starting one in the fall of this year, and we are hoping by the winter of '25 that we will have certainly have the PN to BSCN bridging program in place. So that is a really good opportunity. There's been lots of work. It's actually with the University of Ottawa to make that happen. So it'll be a really interesting way to be able to help with some of the upskilling that folks might be interested in.
So from an enrollment perspective, you've heard us speak about 900 to 1,000 full-time students each year. It used to be that all of those students came to us in the fall intake. We have diversified when our enrollments are, which means the campus is busier for 52 weeks a year. So we have fewer intakes in the fall, but we've added more in the winter. We've actually also added a spring intake. So for this fall, we had 772 full-time or students enrolled. 720 of those were full-time, 52 part-time. 615 were domestic, and 105 students were international. To put that in perspective, 5 years ago, we had less than 10 international students. So the increase is quite significant, and when I show you the winter numbers that are on there, you'll see how that is continuing to grow. So we had 16 program intakes in the fall. You can see the winter right now. This is a moment in time. The enrollment funnel is still open. We've got lots of work to do before January rolls around. But right now, of the 133 students who have paid tuition for the winter, 130 are international. We're going to talk a little bit about housing in just a moment. But you can see, and that's based on 5 intakes, so some of those intakes are quite large. This is a picture I snapped one night on the way back from Ottawa at the Stinson gas station of 3 of our international students working the front desk. They have been a gift to this community. The service sector has struggled in particular with trying to fill labor market shortages. Our international students are taking those jobs. They want Canadian work experience. They pay very high tuition. This is an opportunity. The balancing act we have is to try to make sure they don't work too much so we keep them, focusing on their academic studies. But they certainly have been a big, big help in our local labor market. And here's why international enrollments, I think, are important to this region. If you look at the latest census data from 2021, about 25% of our population in Renfrew County is now over 65, almost 50% over 50 years of age. Pembroke skews a little bit older than some other communities. We're not the oldest community, but we're certainly a little bit older than many of the communities in Renfrew County, so it's important to be aware of that. Average age 46.4, Renfrew County 45.2, and Ontario 41.6. At the same time, we have seen steep declines in high school enrollments across the system. Petawawa is a bit of an outlier, both on population growth and younger population, and Valor is certainly filled to capacity from JK to 12. But most schools aren't in that situation. They've seen pretty significant drops. I looked at some data back in the 60s. Compared to now, 50% is how much the drop in high school enrollments has been over the past 40 to 50 years in this region. So when you have that kind of pressure on demographics, it's very, very hard for us to have a marketplace locally to support the enrollment growth that we need moving forward. And it's not unique to this area. So the competition for students now, for domestic students, pardon me, and international students is significant right across the post-secondary system. We're a small regional campus. We have to work hard, and welcoming communities for international students is critical to our ability to be able to attract, because when they come here, if they have a good experience, that message goes back to their home countries. If they don't have a good experience, that message also goes back to their home countries. Our experience has been they're having a good experience here. They're liking it here. So this is also interesting. India certainly is one of the countries that has really seen, just based on the size of the country, a massive population where we've seen significant growth in Canadian post-secondary enrollments. But this is what our 73 students that are international students this fall, this is the makeup. So while there are 29 from India, it is by far the largest contingent of international students. We're bringing the world to Pembroke. You can see China, Nigeria, Ghana, Philippines, all over the world. There's lots of onesies and twosies in here as well. So it's exciting, and this is a picture I snapped a few weeks ago. We had a sunset boat cruise down on Owl Rafting for students, and there were a number of international students. At the time, I just asked a group to stand at the side of the boat, and I snapped this picture, and they had a sign in front of them, what their name was and where they were from. When I got home that night, I realized that it was 6 different countries, which I thought was pretty cool, because it really spoke to the diversity, and lots of smiles there. They appreciated the hospitality and really getting to show them the natural landscape that we have here in our region. Next slide, please. The Student Association is obviously a significant partner to the college. They are a separate entity that represents our student body. They, every year, their board of directors, develop a list of priorities. And these are for college-wide. This is the Ottawa campus, the Pembroke campus, and the Perth campus. There are 6 priorities this year. I've highlighted 3 because I think it's important for you to be aware of them. Their number 1 priority, student housing. And you can see the second bullet, and there is more in these bullets, by the way. If you want to look at them in their entirety, you can go to the Algonquin College Students Association website. They're all listed there. But the part that says, have a quality residence in Pembroke that meets the diverse needs of current and future students. Every year, we have to go through a bit of a re-education process for our Students Association because they turn over. Some of those directors would not be aware of our current student housing situation, where we have 5 great privately owned and operated student residences that house about 200 students. But the reality is the Students Association is aware of the affordable housing crisis that is sweeping across the country. We are not immune to that. We know that. And they are concerned about quality of housing and availability of housing and affordability of housing. And so they've made this a priority. So I wanted you to be aware of that, and certainly as a college, as we continue to grow our international and out-of-town domestic enrollments, we're concerned about this as well. And we're continuing to work with our community to make sure that every student has a good place to live while they're in our community. The second priority that the Students Association has brought forward is international students, and they're talking about bridging the gap between domestic and international to create a memorable, successful, and equitable student experience. They want international students to feel the same way about their college experience as a Canadian student does, which is great, and that's what we want as well here in Pembroke. So they're talking about introducing programs to bring domestic and international students together by identifying and removing possible barriers to inclusion. So this goes back to the equity, diversity, inclusion, parts of what we're trying to achieve. For us at the college, we have our own equity, diversity, and inclusion committee. It is also one of the strategic pillars in the 22 to 25 strategic plan for the college, and we take that very, very seriously, because we feel that we are a leader in equity, diversity, inclusion, just by the fact that we are bringing all of these students to us from around the world, and it's important that they find their place here. So we celebrate different holidays that come from around the world. We give our students spaces to introduce us to our culture, their culture. So it's actually quite fun. It's quite educational at the same time. And the final priority from the Student Association that I wanted to bring forward is transportation. Again, not surprisingly, the Students Association has identified that both here in Pembroke as well in Perth, there are no public transit systems. And this is a concern because it does have some limitations on where students can live to be close to the campus within walking distance or at least biking distance, as well as going to and from work. So these are their priorities, but the second one I thought was important to highlight for you, where it says work with Pembroke City Council to develop public transit options. So that is an invitation, essentially, from our Students Association that they would like to engage in a conversation with you at this table. And again, the feedback that we've had, particularly from international students, it is difficult for them to get from point A to point B within the community. I'll let you speak to this, and I'll take a deep breath on the collaboration with the Canadian Armed Forces.
Sure. I'm proud to, actually. So it's been a wonderful year. Certainly, we've been working on building our relationship with the garrison. We always have had a very strong relationship with the garrison and have welcomed many exiting soldiers to our programs, and certainly have collaborated, but I think we've taken it to a whole new level. Many of you will be aware that we did sign a memorandum of collaboration, which was a very visual and open and formalized process. And that has really opened up some incredible doors for us in terms of being able to access people within the military, in terms of being able to interact with some of the commanding officers who are up there leading particular areas. It has opened up some doors for us. So my entire team, including Jamie, our academic chairs, and then some of our folks make regular visits to the garrison, and we have certainly welcomed the base commander, Commander Guinea, and his team to our campus and given them a tour. Lots of examples, but I will highlight Jamie gave me this slide, but I want to highlight some of his work. So Jamie is working very hard right now. He has a grant, and he and his team are building a transition course for exiting soldiers. So that's just one aspect of the military that we've been working on. And that course will essentially help those exiting soldiers, whether they're exiting for retirement or for medical, for whatever reason, will help them understand what their options are with respect to post-secondary. And so this course really introduces them to college life, what they can expect when they exit, what we can recognize in terms of their credentials, giving them credit recognition, how all of that works, just adapting to a post-secondary lifestyle. So Jamie is working on that, and also working on an initiative that provides academic upgrading training to military spouses as well. So the transition course will be offered on our campus in late October, and the military spouse course will be offered up on the base, November, December time period for
End of October
yeah,
start.
for that opportunity. So that's just one example of some of those interactions. We've had base representation and continue to have more representation on our advisory committees. And certainly there are some corporate training opportunities which are now starting to emerge. So I speak very highly of Commander Guinea and his commitment to us. When he signed that piece of paper, he meant it, and he has been very, very forthcoming in bringing forward all kinds of potential collaborations between our two institutions. So more to follow on that. I think you'll see a lot more interaction between ourselves and the military.
A few years ago, probably about 5 years ago, we asked a question, a student entry question, and it was, do you have an immediate family member, that is in the Canadian Armed Forces? And the answer was 3 out of 10. So the influence of the base, particularly around military spouses, military partners who relocate to this area from outside of region, is pretty substantial for us. It's the two greatest opportunities for us around enrollment growth are domestic enrollments through that military connection, because it's a younger student population, as well as international enrollments. And that's why these are both strategic priorities for us moving forward. I just wanted to pick up one more thing. I did try to update these slides, but you had a deadline. I had to get it to you in advance, and I didn't have enough time to dig through the data, but I just wanted to share this with you. Of the, there's about 430 first-year students out of that 700 plus that we told you about. When I looked at it, I looked at the postal codes and the communities that they came from. Pembroke, Laurentian Valley is by far the most significant number of local students within Renfrew County that we have. So 87 out of about 215 of that 50% of the 430 that is local. So just to put that in perspective, the city of Pembroke and Laurentian Valley Township carry the bulk of our local domestic enrollments. Final thing I wanted to close with, and thank you to the City of Pembroke for being a sponsor of our Fall Business Leadership Conference, but this speaks to some of the outreach that we do to support our business community. We are holding our conference on Thursday, October 26th. We like to call it a big city conference. Came up with this idea about 8 or 9 years ago now, where if companies are spending money to send people for training to larger cities like Ottawa and Toronto and Montreal and Kingston, why don't we bring the talent here and have a big city conference here where we can keep the local dollars here and actually attract some people into our region. So you can see the keynote addresses this year. These folks are all going to be right here in Pembroke at once. Olympian Elizabeth Manley, climatologist David Phillips, who is probably the most famous weather personality in the country, retired General David Fraser, who is the national CTV military analyst and speaks around digital leadership, and resiliency expert Dr. Robin Hanley-Defoe, who speaks around the world and has written 2 books around managing stress in the workplace. So again, a small regional college campus, I believe a mighty one, that can attract big names to here with some good conversations and a bit of negotiation. So I ask for you to spread the word about this conference. This is a very affordable and high-quality conference right here in Pembroke for our business community. And I think the next slide says thank you. And we mean that sincerely. We appreciate our partnership with the City of Pembroke and all that you do for our college and for our students and our staff. So thank you, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purcell, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really enlightening to see all the great things that are happening at Ottawa College here in Pembroke. You talked about the Bridges program. Does the Learn and Stay also apply to the Bridge program as well?
The bridging program that Sarah mentioned?
Yes, that's correct.
No, it does not.
It doesn't.
It is just for the full-time programs.
Okay, okay. Another thing that you mentioned was in regards to international students having the same experience as, say, somebody that's from here that's going to school from the city of Pembroke. It's pretty hard when you're disadvantaged right off the start in terms of the cost of the tuition. And not only that, their families are burdened as well. When you talk about the enrollment, yes, you have individuals from the city of Pembroke and LV, but they have the luxury in most cases to stay with relatives or stay with their family. So they don't have to worry about lodging and those kinds of things. So that disadvantage is right off the start, and it's a huge disadvantage, right, in terms of the dollar costs. So that's disheartening to hear that. I think if anything we can do is look at reducing the cost of international students to attend colleges. I think the thing I'm hearing is also diversity, equity, inclusion, making sure that individuals are respected for the backgrounds and beliefs and the countries that they came from and practice their religions, ethnicity, customs, culture. I think that's really, really important that we maintain an eye on that. Even as a community, I know that we disbanded our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee, and I think we've got to make sure that these programs that are promoting diversity, equity, inclusion continue, and you definitely have all my support for that. I think you guys are doing a bang-up job. I think so proud to hear all the accomplishments of Algonquin College, and I think we hear you in terms of housing is a priority. Housing is a priority. Right now, we don't have enough housing for individuals that are on the street. We have 44 individuals that will be out homeless this winter. So housing is a priority. Unfortunately, we just don't have a lot of people coming to the table to say, hey, here's some money, and developers. So I think those are the kinds of things that we're looking for. There should be a call out for people to look at converting various different, granny suites, apartments and buildings, those kinds of things. Renovate your downstairs, make it available to the college. Reach out to the college and say that you have this space available. We're looking at, individual here, developer is looking at 260 square feet. That's no bigger than a garage. A single car garage is 200 feet, so 200 square feet. So it's not much bigger than a single car garage, and that's a livable space. So I think we just need to continue pushing for those thinking out of the box and different solutions so that we can increase the housing, so that way we can make it more affordable, have a little bit more options for students that are coming to our area to gain, suitable housing. So again, kudos to you guys for all the great work that you've done, and look forward to your next update. Bigger and better things to come. Thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Could I just respond to a couple of points, Chair? Just two things. We do get a bit of relief on housing in December because we have some programs that graduate. So we do have some students who leave, and that opens up housing for them, particularly around our student residence partners. That's important. So that's helpful. But certainly we're mindful, and we're paying attention certainly around housing and trying to make sure that we can manage that. The second point I wanted to make just around the cost of tuition. This is a very generous community. We have had some organizations who have stepped up in recent years who have actually now developed bursaries that are specific to international students. But on average, we hand out about $250,000 in bursaries and scholarships. That's free money for our students. If you think about our student population, that is a significant amount of money that goes right back to help students pay for tuition. And while most of that goes to domestic students, there are also bursaries that international students are eligible for as well. Not enough, but certainly we have some. So I just wanted to address those 2 points, Councillor, but thank you for raising them.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
And then His Worship.
Thank you, Jamie and Dean Hall, for coming again. And as Councillor Purcell said, kudos for everything you do for the community. The college is a great partner and stakeholder in the community. The housing, are you familiar with the Sparrow Share program? So you have the information on that?
The City of Pembroke has made us aware, and we're actually hoping to meet with some of your staff to learn a little bit more, because,
Okay.
yes, we're interested.
So this was in the last tax bill. So last spring, the community garden, every year we run a rain barrel sale. We sell rain barrels. And I was at a community expo at the booth last spring, and a student came up from Jamaica, and who my wife and I become friends with, and she volunteered to assist us, and I told her I'd show her around Pembroke, and then she brought her friend from Nigeria. He came to volunteer for these, help us load these rain barrels in these cars, and it's a good thing they came, because it was the mayor and I there, and those two and my wife. So we've become friends with them, and they both are working. I've seen them. We meet periodically. We had them at our house a few weeks ago for barbecue, but I see them walking in the morning, and when I can, I pick them up and drive them. They live the other side of town. So that leads to my next question, which I'm going to ask you. I ask you every time you come, and I'm so glad to see that one of the priorities is to work with the Pembroke City Council to develop public transit options, because lo and behold, tonight we're going to be talking about transit, whether to move the file forward, get more community input, stakeholder input, and I hope that that's what council decides. But is transit still the number one challenge to get international students to come to Pembroke? If we had transit, you could get more?
Let me think about how I should answer that question, Deputy Mayor. Public transit would be beneficial for our students. There's no question about that. We have heard from them that they are looking for employment opportunities within the community, in addition to being at school. And of course, if you don't have access to a vehicle, and 99.9% of our international students do not, and the majority of our out-of-town domestic students do not, then it does limit the places that you can live and work if you don't have public transit. So, yes, there are taxi cabs and there are other ways to move around, and sometimes they're quite creative with carpooling and connecting with friends and what have you. So would it be beneficial? Yes, of course it would be. Is it the number one priority? I think that we would, Sarah and I would both say that, housing is always the number one priority first. It's one of the basic necessities of life. Mm-hmm. And so that is always a high priority for us, for all of our out-of-town students, whether they be domestic or international. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's great. And the housing, I know the mayor sent a letter to Paul Calandria, the Minister of Housing, because they wanted feedback on the top 5 priorities for affordable housing. The mayor sent that to him, and the government is working with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to move housing forward. So hopefully, the trouble I'm finding, Councillor Lafreniere and I, we sit on a local affordable housing committee, is the funding. There's no CMHC funding. When you apply for funding, a developer told this at our last meeting a few weeks ago, you're competing against everybody in Canada. Then you find out 4 months later you didn't get accepted, then you have to go back to the drawing board. You've already put $250,000 in the development. There should be zone funding, like pool funding for the Upper Ottawa Valley, for the other part of Norfolk County. So that's something we need to look at. Thank you.
Your Worship, Councillor Fernier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take the opportunity to thank the two of you for coming. Certainly, the door is always open, and I want the two of you to know that you're more than welcome to always attend. And I feel the same way about the college. I know in January I was invited to attend at the college, meet a number of the international students, and it was certainly an eye-opener, like when you list off the different countries that the students are coming from, especially your exercise where it's what program are you in, what's your name, and where are you from. And so certainly it was an eye-opener, and just seeing the reaction from some of the students in terms of our climate and so forth. And so I believe that it's reciprocal, that we're more than welcome to attend at the college and to see what it is that you're accomplishing there. And especially then, even as most recently, the Pembroke Economic Development Committee, and Jamie graciously came and provided us some information to that advisory committee. So it's that type of relationship that I just want to acknowledge and make sure that all members of council and that the public are aware that there is that, whether you call it a partnership or a friendship or what have you, but it's that type of a relationship that works very well between the two of us. So just wanted to thank the two of you and to formally acknowledge that. Thank you.
Councillor Fernier?
Yes, public transit. It's a hot topic, as well as housing. And ultimately, we know that the decision to provide public transit will ultimately fall on the shoulders of this council and mayor. But it's always been interesting to me that we have to make the decision, and there's so many people that want it. What I want to know is, from a college perspective, I know that in Ottawa, and correct me if I'm wrong, students have to pay for public transit. It's compulsory. They buy a bus pass in the city of Ottawa, even if they're not going to use the bus. It was like that when my son went there. Is that still the same in the city? And would the college guarantee that they would begin to do that as well? Because that would, that assists us in making these decisions. And I know even when it comes to the pool, we need to know who can we count on to come to the funding table if we decide to move ahead with that file. Because everybody wants it, but it's very rare I ever hear anyone come and make a financial commitment. And so I'm not asking you to do that tonight. I didn't bring a stamp. But would the college seriously consider doing that if the city was to move this file forward and make some kind of commitment?
So I can answer both questions. The first part of your question is yes, that is still the practice in Ottawa. Certainly, the students have that included as part of their fees. I believe that it's administered by the Students' Association, but regardless, that is what happens. I don't think that that's a closed conversation. There would be a number of steps that would have to happen for us to go down that road. So I would say the college would be open to that conversation. We would not be able to make a commitment. That would involve a conversation with many different groups at the college. But I would be happy to start to have that conversation. I can't guarantee the outcome, but I'm happy to commit to start to have that conversation if we know that there is something on the table that we can bring forward. So
Go ahead, Councillor Fernier.
So I'm saying I would love if you did proceed with that, because there's a lot of things that have to come together and come to this council before we can make that decision and know that it's not going to be completely on the backs of our taxpayers and our own residents. So I appreciate if you could move that forward and come back to us, and
yeah,
I'd appreciate that.
So just a further comment, I think that the difference would be the arrangement in Ottawa is built on the foundation of that already existing, and then a negotiation happening with respect to what the students are going to pay. So it exists, and then that negotiation happens on behalf of the students. So it's a bit of an opposite approach, but I will commit to at least understanding what it would take for us to move that piece forward and bring that back. Okay.
Deputy Mayor, final.
Just a point of information for Councillor Frenier. If we decide to move ahead, one of the proposals is that we would procure a qualified survey company to partake in surveys with the residents and stakeholders such as the college. So that's where that conversation would take place, and with the transit committee also.
Thank you. On behalf of the chair, I'd like to thank you for coming. Just a few little notes that I'd written down. I had the opportunity to meet some parents who brought their son here to be in the arborist program from Winnipeg. And I met them at Pansy Patch Park with my wife and I, just taking a little jaunt. We said, hello, where are you from and why are you here? And they don't have an arborist program in Winnipeg. So here's the folks spending a week and a half in motels, hotels. They stayed at Grey Gables, other facilities, traveling around, exploring the community to get their son educated here. So, you know, the economic impact just from that one thing alone. I had the opportunity, or should I say the misfortune, to be in the hospital for a day or two. I should say opportunity and a great privilege to be in the Pembroke Regional Hospital, where I met 3 nurses. One from Vancouver, one from the Philippines, one from Kitchener, and they all had the Algonquin College connection. You know, so thank goodness for that. We're having people that are staying here. The Governor General David Johnson, in his book Empathy, he talked about what you're doing, and I think what this council is doing. We have to be likable. We have to be inclusive. We have to state our community goals, what the expectations are from others. And we have to ask the people that are here, what do they want? What are they looking for? And I think, you know, you're doing that. The council is doing that. And the transportation issue, of course, the deputy mayor, I did help a little bit with the odd rain barrel. We talked to those 2 individuals from Nigeria and from Jamaica. And I took the opportunity to talk about their governments. Why did they come here? What prompted them to be here? And you get an overview, and you know, I think we made them feel welcome. And I'm saying to myself, here's 2 people from across the world volunteering in our community. How wonderful. You know, what does that say about them, and what does it say about us that they want to help? And hopefully they may stay here and, you know, be established down the road. Anyway, thank you for your wonderful commitment to the community. I think Algonquin College has seen this community move forward in the biggest way imaginable. You know, you really are a valued asset to us and to the county and the province. So thank you for your presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda, we are pleased to welcome the Eastern Ontario Wardens Council 7 and 7 Regional Housing Plan. And I believe that, is that Mr. Jim Pine? Jim Pine, who I haven't seen in a while. Warden Emo, and I believe I saw the CAO of Renfrew County here as well. Mr. Kelly, welcome. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Very good.
Good.
Thank
Good.
you. It's wonderful.
Thank you very much, Chair, and your worship, and Deputy Mayor and Council. It's great to be here. In one sense, but it's half of a horrible nightmare to follow behind Jamie Brandberger. The only thing worse would have been John Yakubuski and Jamie Brandberger, so I can tell you that I feel fortunate Yakubuski couldn't make it. You know, 2 personable gentlemen who represent our community well. I'll just deviate a little bit for 1 second. I want to thank you as chair of the Ontario Winter Games. I haven't got around to talk to communities yet, but I want to thank you for your hospitality. Part of the experience for our athletes and the officials and their parents was the community, and we heard great things about how they were treated with respect and helped, and just loved the whole experience. So the facilities were awesome, the volunteers were great, but the community really pitched in to make it a special event. So I wanted to thank you, and through you, thank your community for that. And special shout out to Pat. I'm not going to call her counselor because she was working as Pat. Mm-hmm. She looked after the curling for us at the Pembroke Curling Club, and it was an extraordinary event. And I think, you know, that championship round with those 3 shots, you know, all of us. I'm not a curler, but I can recognize talent. But it was phenomenal. So it was. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the community for your efforts to make everybody welcome and make it a special event. So thank you. So with that, it's a real pleasure to be here tonight. So thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you today about the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 7 in 7 Regional Housing Plan. And I'm the chair, 2023 chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and I'm here today with Jim Pine, who's a longtime retired CAO of Hastings County. Longtime retired, he's been retired for about 6 months now, or 3 months now, but he was a longtime CAO as well. And he's got a resume that's way too long for me to elaborate on, but he's with us on behalf of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. And we brought them in to manage this project, and you're going to hear more about the size and scope of it. And so we know our time with you is short tonight, and so we're going to share the podium. So I'm going to get started to set it up a little bit. So I know from our committee meetings that housing, and particularly lack of affordable housing, is a priority for your council and for our whole community. And for our 13 Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus members, and you'll see their names up on your board, tackling homelessness and housing is our primary priority as a group. So we know, as do you, there is a chronic and serious supply problem of not only regular housing, but community or social housing across our region. And certainly the situation here. So wait lists for community housing continue to grow. And across Eastern Ontario, we know that there are between 12 and 14,000 households in desperate need of access to community housing that our municipalities operate. People on our community housing wait lists, whether here or in other communities, are left waiting on average 4.5 years, and in some cases 10 years, to get safe, affordable community housing. Each of us in our jurisdiction has worked very hard at it, but we haven't been as successful as we want to be. And there has been a deficit in policy and financing coming from the senior levels of government. We don't think it's a municipal problem. We think we've inherited it, and we're the group that's going to fix it. And so that's why the Wardens Caucus has come together to put our collective resources and experience into a bold new regional solution. It's big and it's bold, and we're very comfortable with proceeding with it. The Wardens Caucus represents 800,000 people, but we have the endorsement of the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus as well. So we're pretty comfortable saying we represent 1.3 million because they've signed off on the concept of it. So we've got a different plan. So we are a leader in delivering big regional projects, and Jim will talk to you a little bit about our broadband and cellular project through the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. So with that, I'll just let Jim take over with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is great to be back in this room. I've had a number of opportunities to be here to speak to councils over the years, and it's always a pleasure to be back in Pembroke. I just wish I could have gotten here a little bit earlier to go for dinner at the Nook, if I could throw a bouquet out for them. Always loved it. As I say, we're here tonight really to try and talk to you about eliciting your support for this idea, about trying to bring as big a solution as we can at this stage to the housing problems that we have across Eastern Ontario. And certainly we heard housing talked about quite a bit in just the previous presentation. A year or so ago, the EOWC pulled together all of the housing providers across Eastern Ontario, all the municipal housing providers across the region, to take stock of where we're at and try to find a path forward. Because what we didn't see, of course, is a specific plan from other levels of government or others that would try to tackle the problem that we see every day as we provide housing services in our communities. And certainly Craig would know that as one of the providers. So back in June, we got together, and at the end of the day, what we really decided or determined was that we've all been trying, as the chair said, to do our bit in our own lanes, in our own jurisdictions. But this problem needs more than just working on our own. We need to come together as a regional way to try and tackle it. And that's really what the 7 and 7 Plus regional plan is about, is coming together once again, like we've done before in other projects, like trying to improve broadband, and now the cellular, closing the gaps in cellular coverage that we're working with as a region as well, that EORN is managing the project. This seemed like the right thing to do. And so from that day forward, we've been putting together a plan, and no surprise to you, this is a complex problem. that there's lots of moving parts and lots of questions to be answered. So if you have questions tonight, that's great. And if you have ideas, that's even better, because we haven't settled on the exact format for this. But the chair mentioned we're pretty comfortable that the need is not going away. In fact, this slide talks about 12 to 14,000. We just did a regional update on the wait list, and the chair hasn't even seen these numbers yet, but we're now well over 15,000 in terms of the wait list. So the problem continues to grow, and grow pretty quickly. And people are just waiting far too long to get into housing that they can afford. 4, 5, 10 years is not acceptable anymore. Our communities need a better solution. Next slide. But we also recognize that Ontario has big plans as well. And we want to make sure that we're part of that effort as well. We know that Ontario needs a lot of new housing, but we also know that one of the housing pieces of the housing continuum is rental, that we didn't want that to get lost in the equation. And that's what we've been doing in terms of the housing we provide as municipalities on the rental side. So while we're talking 7,000 affordable units, we also believe that working with the private sector, that we can together add another 21,000 market rate units as well. So a total of about 28,000. So that's, I think, the next slide. So while we have a target of 7,000 affordable units, we know that if we do work with the private sector, we can do more together. And we're seeing this to be true. One of the things that we were pleased to see was back in the winter, this winter, back in, I think it was January, Scotiabank came out with an important research paper that really validated what the Warden's Caucus and the Mayor's Caucus are now saying, is that there is a dearth of public housing, community housing in the country. They say governments need to at least double the amount of social housing stock. They say that it's the best way to move forward. When you add supply, it should also add a benefit on the pricing side or on the rental cost side as well, and help bring that down. But the fourth bullet point is the one that strikes me, and this is advice from the bank, is saying that governments, as part of their toolkit, need to get into better and more grant-based approaches. In other words, we need the federal and provincial governments to invest. Now, the recent decision by the federal government around the GST, HST was very welcome news, and it is making a difference. We saw just last week in Ottawa the announcement of that one builder who's going to build 5,000 units in Ontario, and I think in others across the country, driven in part by the change. That's really good news. We've recently met with the Ontario Home Builders Association for all of Eastern Ontario. They see that as an important step forward too, but there are other things that governments can do. This slide talks about governments investing directly in grants to help build. We had those programs 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when the governments got very much involved. So it just, I think, validated the thinking that the Warden's Caucus had around trying to approach this project. It's good to know that we're not off track, I guess, in a sense. Next slide. We recognize that we can't do this as local governments alone. It is going to be, in order to do this, it's going to take all three levels of government. That's why we're here tonight, hoping that you'll support the effort on that side. But also the not-for-profit sector is a really important piece in this project, and of course the private sector, as I've mentioned before. So it really is a coming together of all of those sectors in order to tackle this problem. If the private sector was doing this on their own, we wouldn't be here tonight. But that's not the case, and that's not been the case for community housing. So we know that government needs to be involved. And as we've been saying, as we do talking to communities, if it's not us, who's it going to be? Local governments have always taken up the challenge of trying to improve their communities in real tangible ways. So we think it's ripe, as the chair said, for us to really come together again and make a big difference on this file. So here we are talking about it. It is a big, bold investment, and I'll give you some numbers in a minute. But we also think this slide talks about the other benefit of building residential housing. We know that it is one of the best ways to drive economic activity in communities. It has at least a 3-to-1 ratio in terms of a dollar invested generates about $3 of economic activity. And we've had these numbers tested. Our early estimate around $3.1 billion to build those 7,000 units was based on a pro forma cost that we had worked together on of about $440,000 a unit. We think that number's going to come down. And that the building industry is telling us that as well. So that's good news, in part by the GST, but other things that we can do we think may drive that number down. So it is a big investment, but it has the benefit of having a huge economic stimulus potential for everywhere that we build, and certainly here in Pembroke and in the county of Renfrew. So we like to see this as both having a big social benefit as a program, housing people in our communities who need it, and those who are coming to do work who need affordable rental as well, but then also stimulating both the local and regional economy in a real way. The EOWC thought about how best to try and tackle this project and turned to the East Ontario Regional Network, and you know a little bit, I'm sure, about EORN and the kind of way EORN has been doing the two big regional projects around broadband and cellular coverage for the Warden's Caucus and the Mayor's Caucus. We've developed a lot of skills, and we've developed a lot of, I think, intelligence around how to do big procurement. We've got an idea, a way around to do this in zones that would allow smaller businesses to get involved in a project like this as well, because that's important. And we also, the Warden's Caucus also wanted us to go out and validate this whole idea with a third party look, which the EOWC did. They retained the services KWM Consulting, who have expertise in this field. They looked at what we were talking about. They looked at our business plan at that stage and came back to the Warden's Caucus, said, this is a good idea. You should move forward on it. And it's ripe for a regional approach. And they were quite excited about that. So that, I think, again, helps validate the idea itself and in terms of the scope. It's still, there's a lot of moving parts to the proposal, but at least we think we're on the right track, and it's been validated in part at least by KWM Consulting and, of course, the work of Scotiabank and others. So that's the approach the wardens want to take. They've turned it to EORN, and we're running as fast as we can with all of the things that need to get done in order to get to a stage where to say, this is the project, this is the investments that's required, this is how we think it should be implemented. There's just a lot of steps to get to go, I guess. Next slide. As I mentioned before, the procurement model for this is something that we think lends itself to a good regional project. We've developed some expertise, as I've mentioned before, and we are looking at all aspects of this. We've been meeting with modular home builders. We're meeting people who build 3D houses. We're looking at anything that will make sense in a project like this. And we want to talk about something that will be durable and something that will last in the long term. And at the end of the day, reduce operating costs on housing. As you know, in Ontario, Ontario is the only jurisdiction in the country where the cost of operating community housing falls to property taxpayers. In every other jurisdiction, it's a provincial or territorial budget item. But that's the world we live in for the last 20 or 25 years. So operating costs for us will always be a big issue about what we build and how we build it. So just to give you that insurance, we're looking at the short and the long term in terms of the project. Next slide. Our model is pretty straightforward. As I mentioned, if the market was taking care of this need, we wouldn't be here talking to you. But because there's what we call market failure, this is where governments need to get in and try and make a difference and move things forward. And these are just some of the things that we look at in terms of our process. That would be EORN as they work through it. Lots of analysis, lots of data that we're gathering. We were working with experts in the field, and we would have a very competitive process in order to foster the lowest cost that we can, but also encourage builders to participate. I think we see this as having an opportunity for builders of all sizes to participate in this program. We think that's just good for local and regional economic growth. Next slide. What we're at the early stages of proposing, I'm going to show you a graphic slide in just a minute. And of course, this whole deck will be available to you if you don't have it yet. But we think that, like we did in our first broadband project back in 2010 through 14, was that if we take a zonal approach, create zones, and I'll show you a slide in a minute, that's going to allow for a whole bunch of things to happen. Pre-qualification of potential partners. You want to make sure that if you're going to invest public money, that it's going to a company that can deliver and not get into any financial issues or problems. It allows us to have opportunities to reduce material costs by having fairly big procurement, but a manageable way. EOWC, as the organization, would act as a funding aggregator, bringing all the funding partners together, and then the EORN would act in terms of rolling out and delivering the project itself and managing it. So what could it look like? This is just a really simple notional look. This can change, and if you have opinions on this or suggestions, that's great. What we did is just simply create 6 zones across eastern Ontario, Renfrew having its own zone by itself. But others, we thought there were some good fits, like we did in our first broadband project, Prescott Russell and Cornwall, SDG, for example, or in my old county, Hastings, Prince Edward, Lennox, and Addington. And then what we did is we looked at the regional wait list that existed at the time, this was just about a year ago now, and said, well, what share of that wait list does a region like, or a zone like Renfrew have? So if my calculation is right, it's about 8.5% of the wait list is here in Renfrew County. That's for all of Eastern Ontario, excluding Ottawa, of course. So it seems like a reasonable way to distribute the 7,000 units. But again, this is just one potential scenario to do it. When we were in Cornwall on last Monday, we talked in fair detail about this idea, and I think there was a consensus around the city council table there that if you're distributing based on wait list and portions of the wait list that you might hold in a zone, it seems like a fair way. It assesses based on need. So, but it's just one option. So it's always good to try and visualize what it might look like, and that's what this slide is. So that's how the 7,000 units might get distributed. In terms of the investment, as I call it, next slide, it would represent here about just $227 million worth of investment to build those units that are part of the 7,000 here in Renfrew. And as you can see, there was based on the pro forma of, at the time, of 440,000. So those numbers are going to change for sure. But again, it just helps people appreciate where the investments or what kind of magnitude the investments would be. And of course, this won't happen in day one. Our plan is over 7 years, hopefully quicker. But if you just took that over 7 years, it's on average about $78 million. So we think it's certainly doable and manageable from that point of view as well. It takes time to build houses. So just in your zone specifically, again, the $226 million is the estimate, 587 units. So that's how it would look in terms of the Renfrew zone. There's a lot that we need to do. And in fact, the Warden's Caucus is heading to Ottawa shortly to talk with MPs about this and other priorities that the EOWC has. We're going to continue to work on the business case and the business plan to get the details in place this winter. And we'd really like to be in a position to target the start for this project the spring of next year. We know waiting is really not acceptable, that we really need to get going on this because people are waiting too long for housing. So it's an ambitious timeline, but like the broadband and cell projects, it does take time to get all the pieces in place and get to what I like to call go. So we're hoping today, Mr. Chair, that you think this is a good idea and can lend your support to it as we move forward. We'll have lots of opportunity, of course, to come back when we get into more details. We'd certainly be back to try and answer any questions, but thank you.
Just very quickly, there is not a specified funding program for this. So as with broadband and with the cell projects, we're sort of forging ahead and educating both levels of government, and they're helping us tweak some of our ask with the idea that we're hopeful they'll develop a line of funding to go with this project. So we're quite used to doing that. You know, I think back to the early days of broadband, the early days of cell, and oh, what a great idea this is. Lots of door knocking and other people agreed. So there's not, to my knowledge, anybody else in Canada, but specifically anybody else in Ontario that's taking on something this large over such a large geographic area with a lot of different moving parts. And so we do that really well. And so, you know, we're here to ask for your support, because we do have a track record, and we do have the impetus to do it well, because we represent our communities and we're pretty close to our communities. And we think it's a good plan, and we'd appreciate your support.
Questions, Councillor Keel, Purcell, Fernier, and Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to raise 2 points. One is finding funding for housing. And the one thing, and I know I've spoken with the mayor about it. I think I've spoken with at least a couple of councillors about it. In a couple of weeks, I had the opportunity to speak to one of your Reeve colleagues about it, and that is that the land transfer tax. And I'm going to explain this because I think a lot of people don't realize that every time a property is transferred in Ontario, there's land transfer tax unless there's an exemption. 100% of that land transfer tax goes back to Toronto. Not one penny stays in the local municipality in which the property is transferred. The only somewhat exception is that the City of Toronto, under their own municipal act, has the right to charge their own land transfer tax. No other municipality in Ontario has that right. And I was encouraged, earlier today I saw the letter from the mayor where he sort of raised the idea, I guess, of us begging and pleading and demanding and urging the government to let go of a part of that land transfer tax. And certainly with a couple of years ago with COVID and the sudden housing boom, certainly on their books, they would have saw an increase in the land transfer tax dollars that they weren't expecting. Because as house prices go up, so too does their land transfer tax. So I think that's an area, and I've been debating and thinking and looking for time to possibly bring a resolution before this council, asking the government to look at sharing that. Some of the reason I haven't is because I think I'd like to work a little further behind the scenes and come up with a larger strategy before we start moving to local resolutions, making the request. But I think that's something that perhaps could be part of this movement going forward. And I think locally, and I don't know how he would feel about this comment if he was sitting here, but certainly Mr. Yakubuski himself, when he was an opposition MPP, spearheaded the initiative against the then Liberal government to release some of the local gas tax back to the municipalities. So I'm sure now that Mr. Yakubuski is in government, that he would also be keen to hear that he should be thinking about releasing some of the land transfer tax back to governments. And obviously I say that with a smirk, but he was an advocate then for bringing money that the province was collecting generally back to the local municipalities. So that is one thing that I would sort of just like to put on the radar, and something that I've been keen to speak about. And then the other thing is studying the long-term needs. I certainly don't disagree that housing is an issue today, and it's probably encroaching on the point of being an emergency today. Has anyone looked at the long-term needs and trends, though? And the only reason I say that is we do have a very large baby boom population at the moment that is older. At one point in time, we were building schools left, right, and center around the province because we needed it primarily because of the baby boom. Now we have schools that we don't know what to do with. So while I'm encouraged by the idea of building more housing units, I just want to make sure that someone out there that's more of an expert than I am is making sure that we're also not overdoing things. Because at some point in time, we are going to have a lack of the baby boom bubble. And I just don't want us left with, and I'm not saying this would ever happen, but I just don't want us left with empty units and large buildings that we don't know what to do with, because, you know, obviously 50 years ago, no one expected that. I'm assuming if I said that 50 years ago with schools, people would think I'm crazy. There's always going to be kids. People are going to keep having kids. Why would we ever be closing schools? I just want to make sure that we're actually looking to the future when we're doing some of our quick, short-term planning.
I can speak generally and specifically. Generally, we've had those kinds of conversations, and specifically Craig's going to kill me because he and I have had the conversation about we have to make a decision in this area about how many are permanent bricks and mortar and how many are modular. So that at some point in the future, should we, the bubble pass through and we're left with some vacant units, then we can move the modular back over to the private sector. You know, whether it's Renfrew County also has a difficulty, as is Eastern Ontario, where a lot of our existing housing stock is old. Some of it's in poor repair. So notionally, the idea might be that in 10 or 15 years, when the bubble passes and we have 12% of our units are vacant and they're modular, then we could take a look at moving them out to someone's home and say, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Smith on the 11th concession, we'll bulldoze your house, and hook this up, and so you've got a nice serviceable house. And so that's notionally the idea. So we have had those conversations internally. What kind of a percentage do we save for the modular market, with the idea that that's maybe the expendable stock down the road should the population or the demographics change? And so that, you know, we've had that internally, and we've injected it at a larger conference or conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Keel, for those conservative statements, liberally speaking. Councillor Purcell?
Could I, Mr. Chair, could I just add one thing
Go ahead.
sorry about that. I think the other thing to remember is that while the baby boom population, we know what our domestic population is doing, we also know that immigration is becoming more and more, many more people are coming, and we need them to come to the country. So we're thinking about that as well when we're building houses as well. So it's, yes, the domestic population has its characteristics. I'm one of those people in there. But we know that immigration will continue to be a big piece of where we need to be with our demographics. And, you know, if you'd said this 25 years ago, you would have been right on with Dr. David Foote from the University of Toronto. I remember going to a lecture from him 25, 30 years ago, and he said, if we're going to build new schools in Ontario, we should build them so we can convert them to long-term care homes and housing. Yeah. He said that nearly 30 years ago. So you're right to say it now.
Boom, bust, or echo, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Fernier, and Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, you're correct. You know, 40 million is the population of Canada now, and, you know, we're growing gangbusters. And you look at the immigration stats in terms of people come from other countries, it's huge. And you look at our homelessness issues and some of the issues that we have in terms of affordable housing. You know, an average Canadian now, a mortgage payment is $3,500 per month. They're a couple paychecks away from bankruptcy. That's a fact. That was just announced on CBC. Shepherds of Good Hope are putting in a 70-bed shelter in Ottawa. I was down to visit the Grace Inn last week, or 2 weeks ago, sorry. And, you know, they have 500 people that are homeless. 60% of them are men, 30% women, and 10% were children. There's definitely, I like the approach in terms of a regional approach. I think we're not going to do it ourselves. We have to stand together. We need to petition provincial and federal governments for additional funding to create affordable housing opportunities for many people. The cost of living continues to go up with no increases in terms of social services, social assistance. So it's a recipe for disaster. Look at our food prices. Our food prices are astronomical right now. You know, the bubble's got to burst. You know, we're starting to see people get upset. We're starting to see 500 renters in Toronto on rent strikes. They've started already. That momentum is continuing. That just causes other issues, big issues. So I think the quicker that we move to get some sort of affordable housing in place, and a direction that considers. I agree with you, Councillor Keel, in regards to looking at the longer run. But I think just based on looking at the immigration stats, it is sustainable and really would be an economic boom for our area. If we could, my only concern is I feel like the poor cousin when I see the numbers on the screen, because Renfrew County, I think maybe, I don't know if the wait list is just not accurate, but I think that's what it is. And I think there should be a call out for those individuals that are on the wait list, because 10 years on the wait list, I'm sure that there's a lot of individuals that just don't even bother. Word of mouth goes around, why even bother? 10 years down the road, if you're lucky. We've got individuals that are in housing that are utilizing 1 bedroom and a 3-bedroom house because there's no, units available, like 1 bedroom, bachelor, those types of things. So, we can build a lot smaller. I like the modular home idea. I think that is an awesome idea. I know that's being pursued in other areas in terms of Renfrew County, and I thought it was an awesome idea. And I think, there's an opportunity. You can put up a modular home for $150,000. It's affordable. We've got tons of space that we could utilize for those types of developments. But I think we need to look at infill and continue to infill, and also press the federal and provincial governments for greater, opportunities for existing property owners to convert their properties to rental units as well. So, and I know some of that is happening through CMHC, but I just don't think it's gone far enough. So kudos to this initiative. I think this is a great initiative. Again, I'd like to see the numbers for Renfrew County a little higher. But again, seeing that we have like 44 homeless people in our area, we have a wait list that's, talking to Laura Lapine, it's frustrating. We have housing budgets that run out of budget by the end of the actual fiscal year. I know many individuals that have been, engaged in looking for homeless supports and weren't able to get them because there was a budget crunch. It was at the end of the year, and that's reality. And I think we can do a better job ensuring that people have, appropriate housing and the basic needs for life. So thank you.
Councillor Fernier, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm interested in a couple of the numbers. I'm seeing that the 587 units is based on a unit price of $440,000. So what type of unit are we talking about building? Is that a single-family home? Or
No,
if you could answer that, that's my first question.
Sure, that's a great question. The 440,000 is an average, but it's an average of building 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and some larger rental units. So it's a bit of an average of it, because we know that we need different types of houses to house folks. So we're trying to get as close as we can to a general average to give us an idea of what we're looking at in terms of the amount of investment required. So it's a combination of all of those.
So it could be some modular, it could be some,
Yeah.
this is a mishmash.
Yeah, and as I said, we've been working with the Home Builders Association, who are going to, I think, help us with an even better pro forma number than we have today. It's based on the experience that housing providers in Eastern Ontario have done in the past. So it's important to update it for this project, but
So you're
just to give
talking
you an
about the
idea.
partners taking on the debenture and then the homeowners pay back? Is that would be the arrangement, something like that?
I think what we're looking at is if we can, these things are going to be worked out, but we need investment from the private sector, we need investment from government, and we need it for, I think there's potential in the not-for-profit sector as well.
Karen,
who
there
are ready
lies
to
the
invest.
reason for my next question. Are you looking for support in principle tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have $3 billion, we're happy to
Well,
walk
we're
out
part of
with
the
it.
county, they have the big pocket.
Oh, I see,
The
okay.
big purse. So, we've talked about money a lot lately, haven't we? So that is where I'm going to next, is that as part of the county, we share the housing purse with them. But it's support in principle. I don't think there's anyone here that's not going to give you support in principle. And when it comes to the cost sharing, I would imagine we would still be part of the county with that, because, yeah. So, I mean,
Depending on how, and again, I hate to sound sort of vague, but it's dependent about how it's set up for our region, like for the county as the service provider, whether it's a series of separate corporations, whether it's 3P and a combination of some not-for-profit groups that want to be involved. So we're not, once we get the idea that, the money's going to be there, and as we move forward, we're going to be asking you to identify some pockets of land that might be of interest so that we can offer them to the groups with you and work on hooking them up to the services. So it's really, we don't have one idea, and I say this and it makes everybody cringe, but the agreement we have might have 25 points. 21 of them will be consistent across all 6 service areas, and 4 of them will be specific to the area itself. And does the developer do 70, or do they do all 574? And so we don't know the formula yet until we really burrow down and say, look, we've got these pockets of land, we've got this kind of money, and then put the proposal out for in the area and see who comes to us. So it's in very early stages. And it's not cast in stone. Like, it's probably going to be one of the fastest evolving projects once it hits the ground, because we're going to have to react very quickly to the needs of the community and the resources of the community, and that means the private sector as well. So it's an exciting time, to be quite honest with you.
Well, thank you. It's exciting and it's scary at the same time.
Yeah.
I know we're facing some crises here in our community that
Yep.
we've discussed with many of you from the county. And that is for a warming station or a shelter or something of that. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for coming, and Peter, thank you. I know you sit on the Roma executive, and I was glad to hear that I got an email today from AMO that the government has agreed to implement an income portion in the new definition for affordable housing, so that's a start. I have the pleasure of sitting on the Affordable Housing Alliance Steering Committee of the Ottawa Valley that started a year and a half ago with Ish Stillheimer, Cameron Montgomery, and other local officials and volunteers. And out of that, we started a local Pembroke Affordable Housing Committee that Councillor Frenier and I sit on. And we have a developer that is with us, and I mentioned it tonight during the other when the college was here. They spend money on startup costs, and they find out, months later they didn't get accepted, and they're competing against everybody across Canada for CMHC. So this zone approach that you're talking about, you would go to the government and say, we need our pool of money for Renfrew County. Is that the idea?
I think we want to get all of the money, and then it's allocated out in the zone. The good news is that if we're running our own project, we get to control those decisions, right?
Right.
So that's one of the benefits of having the EOWC, EOZ-ORN, or any other organization to allow us to design it and make it work best for us. We know that there are challenges with big funding programs from CMHC and others. Developers tell us about the difficulties of getting answers, just as you've been saying, and so that's one of the reasons we really think that if we can do this together as a regional project, like we've done with broadband and on the cell side, we can make those procurement decisions ourselves, and we can make them quickly.
That's
We
right.
just need to know that the money's there.
And I know that Prince Edward County has been successful. They have a municipal service corporation for affordable housing.
Correct.
I know that Marilyn Nicholson at Whitewater got his motion approved for the county to look into it, but not per se you're going to create one, but the EORN would be the manager of the program, and the funding aggregator would come from EOWC. So that's a very good setup. So you wouldn't have to set up a separate corporation for that. We talked with our developer, we had a really passionate meeting in June, and they were saying that you need a recipe. You need the developer, then you have the local, provincial, federal government involved to give fees and breaks on surplus land, which our CEO is going to come back to us through our Director of Planning and Bylaw with what surplus lands we have available in the city. Some may be for affordable housing, but then you need CMHC and the funding. So if everything comes together in a partnership, you can do the affordable housing. And that's what your group concerted effort with us as a member is looking to do. So strength in numbers. And, you know, I attend AMO and Roma and Good Roads, and I see the big cities getting all the money. You know, the Prime Minister was in London, $72 million. Last week, they announced $20 billion in more CMHC funding. But it seems that we're not getting that funding. You know, we have to be shovel-ready, everything has to be there. But with this type of approach, strength in numbers, when we go to Toronto, when you go to Ottawa, when you go to London AMO, you sit down with the delegation and say, here, we mean business. So I commend the group and thank you and fully support the efforts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to thank the two of you for coming and just to ensure that the members of the public as well as this council is aware that there's a good working relationship between the county and the city. And I know we have a number of meetings together with the warden, and certainly I appreciate that you accepted the invitation to come this evening. And just to reiterate something that you already mentioned is that the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus does support what this initiative is, and just so that everyone is aware, including the members of the public, the City of Pembroke is one of the members. The CAO and I attend the regular meetings of that committee as well, and it's that collaboration. Yes, for different structures, counties versus single-tier municipalities, but it's working together to ensure that we're accomplishing the same goal, lobbying the same governments, and that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that the members of council are aware of that as well as the folks at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll close from the chair. Thank you very much. I had a question in regards to the correlation, the corollary between immigration and housing. I mean, the figures, you know, the number was thrown out, 4.5 to 10-year waiting period for folks here. So the government is opening up immigration, which is good. We're a young country, developing country. But when these folks come here, they're educated, I would presume most of them, to contribute to the fiber of Canada. Do they have a place to live, or do they have to line up and find a spot like everybody else? My other, just a quick comment. I spoke to a gal today who has moved here from Kitchener. She lives in Petawawa. 5 years ago, she and her husband bought a condo in Kitchener for $229,000. They sold it 5 years ago for $769,000. Where is the balance within the structure, you know, that allows this type of an exorbitant? You know what? It's their investment. They made a buck. But where does that put the rest of the real estate market? Where does a young couple looking for a home to buy a home, where does that put them? It puts them in an impossible position to buy. To rent a two-bedroom apartment in the city of Pembroke's $2,200. You know, I have a hard time fathoming that. Where does that come into the corollary? How do we make it work? I know, you know, you're talking about helping solve the problem. The Sisters of St. Joseph's, that building is being redone by a contractor to accommodate people. But we're not moving fast enough, and I'm sure, as Councillor Fernier said, there's not one person here that would not endorse what you're trying to do, and we appreciate your efforts. But there's a hard time putting your head around how something 5 years ago cost $229,000, and what makes it now $769,000. Is it real estate? Is it greed? What is that? Could somebody explain that to me?
What I can suggest to you, with respect, Chair, is that over the past 7 years, we know that rent for a one-bedroom apartment across Canada on average has gone up 32%, while the household income's only gone up 27%. So it's been a gradual increase, or a creeping increase that I don't think we've been aware of. And I'm curious about the next census we have. I'm hopeful it digs down because, you know, we talk about immigration, but our immigration into, I think, most of rural Eastern Ontario has been from our urban centers. It hasn't been international. And so I think, you know, that's kind of the impression I have just driving around and talking to people and doing presentations. So I'm really hopeful that the census digs down to that, and I'm a little concerned that this immigration that we've experienced will also shove our average age up a little bit as well. And so I'm, you know, I think we've got some interesting numbers coming to us in the next little while once the census reports back to us.
Gordon, Mr. Pine, thank you for your dedication, your passion, and to the CAO who's tucked away there in the corner, I believe. Thank you. Thank you. We know how busy you are, Warden, and Mr. Pine, thank you for coming and explaining this to us. It's appreciated. Members of council, our next item on the agenda under new business is the Visitor Information Center. Mr. McEwen.
Thank you. So you may recall I was here in April on this item as well. I've been asked to come back here to present some new information since the Visitor Information Center operated by the PBIA opened in late June. They have currently been open from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday to Saturday, as well having an A-frame outside until 4 p.m. So that people can still walk in there after 2 and pick stuff up without staff present. The earlier request for partnership was declined by this committee in April, but since that time, we have received some statistics and the subsequent request, which went before the Pembroke Tourism and Culture Advisory Committee, and that committee recommended that the city join the PBIA as a partner in the funding of this Visitor Information Center. So just some statistics that we were provided by the PBIA. From June 20th to September 9th, the center saw 152 counted visitors. So do keep in mind there would be some coming outside of the time that staff are present. Of those, 10% were international, 37 were from Pembroke itself, with 10 more from around the Ottawa Valley. So in total, 47% from Pembroke and the Valley. 54% were 55 or older, 74% were 40 or older. Main reasons were directions, sites and attractions to see in Pembroke, accommodations and dining, as well as events. So the PBIA has put forward a number of reasons to consider funding this, looking at local expertise for visitors from staff, as well as limited access to data or Wi-Fi for visitors who are traveling, particularly those who are here from outside of the country, as well as potentially outdated information they might find online. They did put forward multiple case studies as well, which included people leaving Renfrew coming to Pembroke because there was a staffed visitor information center here that they could actually gather that information from. And then they stayed for 2 nights at Riverside Park after that. And staff provided them with a number of recommendations for where to shop, eat, and everything while they were here. As well, another couple stopped, picked up a cycling map, and said that they would return in the future to Pembroke, thanks to that information they received. In exchange for this potential funding partnership, the PBIA is offering the provision of a designated display space for the city of Pembroke and their events and information in the center, as well as the city logo being added to all posts on digital platforms, as well as the A-frame outside of the center. Our ability to sell Pembroke branded merchandise at the center, as well as the use of office space, phone, and internet for city staff there in the office space. So the requested cost comes in at $254.25 per month, which would just be going towards covering the, helping to cover the cost of the rental space. At the time as well, it went before the Pembroke Economic Development and Advisory Committee. They declined to comment further and said referred back to the Tourism Culture Advisory Committee.
Of committee, council? Seeing none, we're, Councillor Fernie, you had your hand up?
Yes. So, I mean, we discussed this at length the last time it was here, and we're trying to try to look at what makes sense in today's world when people can go on the internet and find out what they need and that type of thing. So I didn't realize that the BIA was going to go ahead and use it as a pilot all summer to bring the statistics back, even after we decided we would not partner. So I think they're doing a great job. I guess my query is that the other locations that are also distributing our information and that type of thing, I would hope they don't start to say, well, you're paying one location, and hopefully you'll start to pay us, But, I mean, I don't imagine that would happen. They're hotels. And then the museum is also just, distributing our literature and stuff like that. But, I mean, I leave it up. I do sit on the tourism, and I leave it up to this committee again to discuss.
Mayor? You're welcome, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before I make a motion, I have a question for Mr. McEwen. So this would only be until the end of December, correct?
We didn't receive an official date for when they would like this to end. If that was the decision from the committee, then we could go back to the PBIA with
I
that.
recall it was till the end of the year. I sit on the PBA board.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I would support a motion to share the cost for $2.54 and 25 cents a month till January 1st.
It's a motion on the floor to support for till the end of the year. Your worship?
Second, and if I could speak to the motion as well.
Seconded by the deputy mayor. Go ahead. Seconded by the mayor, excuse me. Go ahead, your worship.
So together with Councillor Frenier, I sit on this advisory committee. I thought it was very informative when they came to the advisory committee and gave various statistics that actually spoke to the number of different individuals that are going there, the personalized approach to it. My understanding is it's also working together with, I'm trying to recall the name of it, tourism, the county tourism board, Ottawa Valley. And so they have different literature and documents that assist them in looking at the statistics. So it's not just a matter of someone has a piece of paper and they're trying to record down whether someone came from Pembroke or somewhere else. They actually have a form that they're utilizing to be able to track and have proper statistics in terms of trying to determine determine its value and actually give some benefit back, as opposed to simply operating this particular location and not having that particular element of it. So on that particular advisory committee, certainly I supported it there and I support it here. In terms of the other locations, the museum is already a strategic partner, and so I don't view that as any type of a jeopardy. And then in relation to the other two locations, I believe it's effectively the hotels want to have certain literature that they hand out. I know that Mr. McEwen is working very well with the hotels, getting packages and information, whether it be Silver Stick or other events, to have information at those hotels to get visitors to come into Pembroke and spend more dollars here in Pembroke. And so that is working well. So certainly I don't see any downside to it. If anything, I see the positive side. And the one particular item that, as I said at that advisory committee, that I thought was very helpful is that, so while I know where to go get Pembroke shirts or get hats or water bottles and so forth, the general public doesn't know where to go and get them. And if they're going to allow basically retail of Pembroke merchandise, that further supports and promotes the city of Pembroke. So having returned this summer from PEI and purchasing a number of different things with PEI all over it, I see the value in having different individuals coming here. This is the experience they go away with, whether it's whatever particular merchandise, but it reminds them of Pembroke and then possibly promotes other individuals from coming here. So certainly I support this particular motion, and I think it's worthwhile, and it's just further collaborating with the PBIA in terms of assisting Pembroke, but it's to promote all of Pembroke, not just right now promoting PBIA.
The motion is on the floor. Any other member of council like to speak to it? Councillor Keel.
So we're honestly talking about doing all of this for a month and 3 weeks?
I believe till the end of the year. Yeah.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
So I just wanted to speak, there's an old saying, the owner is in the store. So the owner is in the store here, but the PBA are working the Tourist Bureau there downtown, and I was at the Economic Advisory Committee meeting a few weeks ago as a guest, and I saw the presentation by Ms. Summers, as the mayor alluded to, very informative, and I think it's worth the partnership. It is also helping the downtown. It also helps Pembroke as a whole. The city has their information there, and I know we talked before about QR codes and that, which are important, but it's also important to have someone to speak to in person with the knowledge, and, someone goes in to speak to Ms. Summers, and she goes down, the tourist goes down, buys a meal, buys some clothing at many stores downtown. So I think overall it's a good partnership, and we can look at it again at the January budget meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The motion is on the floor by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by His Worship. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Against? I didn't see.
And I wanted to ask another question, so that's fine.
Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you. You can proceed to let people know that it'll be proceed till the end of the year and then reviewed in January.
Thank you, Chair. Will do.
Next item, please. Website and social media stats. Mr. McEwen.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring forward this item today as information for all of you to be aware of in terms of who is using our digital platforms right now and what information they're looking for, and therefore what's really standing out as what people are accessing and what they're hoping to see out from the municipality. So right now, as it stands, we did relaunch our website in April 2022. So we did a complete redesign and everything there to make it easier on mobile devices as well as more accessible and just fresher, cleaner, and everything to bring it into the 2010s, 2020s a little bit. Additionally, right now, we do manage Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter platforms through staff in both the Economic Development, Culture and Tourism Department, as well as Parks and Rec. We did some benchmarking and looking through our digital analytics to see both what's happening on our website as well as our social media. And our benchmarking, we looked at every municipality in Renfrew County as well as everyone in Ontario that has a population between 10 and 25,000. So to start internally, we looked at our website, and so we have analytics available from Google from June 25th onwards when they revamped their system. So in the time since then, we've had over 113,000 hits to the website in that time period of about 3.5 months. I've attached the most frequently visited pages just to go to the main hitters. We have the event calendar, waterfront live, jobs, accommodations, aquatic and swimming programs, public swimming, swimming lessons, news, and ways to contact the city, just to see what's really, really coming through the top there. As well, you'll notice in that top 40 pages, 11 of them are Parks and Rec pages, 6 of them are tourism-related pages, and 3 of them are garbage and collection-related pages, just to see what people are really looking for and accessing on the website. As well, jobs continue month after month to be among the leaders in what people are looking for from us. On our social media, we do have relevant statistics available to us from Facebook and Instagram. Twitter is a little less publicly available to us now. In the year to date, we have reached 213,000 people, as well as our Instagram, which has reached over 28,000 people. We've also attached the posts that have generated the most engagement. You'll see it was a grand opening up at the top, as well as celebrating Madeline Kelly's national championship, and then a collection of events. So from this, we can see people are most frequently on our social media looking for business openings, events, positive community news, and jobs, because that's what has really, really stood out there. 24 of those top 48 posts that have generated over 7,000 in reach this year, reaching over 7,000 people, are recreation posts. 15 more of them are tourism and economic development posts, and 4 of them are job postings. So these are the things that are really connecting with people here. In the last 90 days, just to see them head to head, so you can get a sense of it, our Facebook has reached 87,000 people, whereas our website has reached 94,000. So they are fairly close in terms of the grand picture there. When we looked at that benchmarking review, we were the 42nd largest of the 97 communities we looked at by population. But despite that, we, in terms of total audience size, we were 3rd on Facebook of the 97, 7th on Instagram, and 32nd on Twitter, which we look at as a weaker market for us. Among those who were higher than us, the only one with a smaller population on Facebook or Instagram was Saugeen Shores, and they were barely larger than us in terms of our audience. So these are places where we have really managed to connect with both residents living here as well as those from out of town. When we look at our users, the majority of them are women between the ages of 25 and 54. On our Facebook, 79% of our followers are women. On our Instagram, 74% of them are women. And the vast majority are 25 to 34 and 35 to 44. That is our user base on our digital platforms, just so we can be aware of either who we are currently really reaching or who is engaging with us. As well, the majority of them are coming from Pembroke and Petawawa. That makes up 50% of our base on Facebook, as well as another 51% on Instagram. Our next largest is Ottawa, so we do have a lot of people looking from Ottawa directly at what we're putting out. So I did just want to put this out there so that you all can be aware, and I do plan to bring forward similar updates in the future, just to keep you updated in terms of what people are looking at quarterly, so we can be aware of what matters to the community, or what is really being latched onto by members of the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. McEwen. I just give you a little bit of feedback that I received. My daughter, oldest daughter, stated that whoever is doing the social media for the city of Pembroke is doing an awesome job. So kudos to you guys for whoever's behind the scenes providing that service. I do think that the information is very timely. It's very useful. Spreading the word in regards to all that Pembroke has to offer, all the various different services and supports. I know Parks and Rec is probably one of the bigger users in terms of the social media platforms in regards to, everything from advertising swim lessons to various different events that are happening. So again, I just wanted to provide that to the group, and I'm constantly amazed in terms of how well we do communicate and utilizing social media. So kudos to you and the team.
Councillor Keel. Councillor Fernier.
Elijah, thank you for bringing this before council, and I think it just goes to show that the hard work that you and the other staff in the city of Pembroke do to put these things out there is reaching, frankly, a lot more people than I would have ever guessed. I think the fact that we see city of Pembroke events and whatnot as I guess the highest reach, and our event calendar getting over 6,000 views, I think that does speak to one of the things that the people do look to us for, which is, what's going on in the community. Larger cities, they have their neighborhood groups and their culture groups and those kinds of things. Just being a smaller community, we don't necessarily have the same robust community groups and whatnot. So I do think a lot of people do look to us, not necessarily to fund all of these events or whatnot, but they do look to us as that we at City Hall should kind of know what's going on in the city. So I'm glad to see that there's so much being posted amongst our departments or whatnot. Funny enough, I did speak with Ms. Sorial, I think just a few weeks ago, suggesting that Mr. Chair, that our department needs to get in on this game a little bit more and promote some of the building and whatnot that we are getting out there, and and maybe we can send the mayor to some more photo ops for some of the apartment buildings and that are opening, given that housing is an important matter. So I think you're doing an excellent job, and the only thing that I'm going to ask of you is to comment on whether or not in the upcoming budget we could possibly see a City of Pembroke phone app. That's the only thing that I think we are substantially missing.
So just a couple of things to note here. I do want to just make it clear as well, when we look at the pages and posts that are best performing, I don't want it to look as though the other ones that aren't being hit just aren't important to people. Rather, that's something that we are looking at internally as to how can we make those perform better with important information that should be going out to the city or to those in the city. So we want to make sure that we are taking this data to find ways to improve the distribution of information. Or if people aren't latching onto this, why aren't they? What can we do to make this easier to understand, easier to engage with? So we're taking that and looking at it to figure out what we can do to bring up some of those pages that aren't performing as well as we'd expect. With regards to the municipal app, it is something we have been looking at behind the scenes, and we continue to as we come up into budget season. And so we are investigating the possibility of it. To this point, what we have found is it has had typically a lack of buy-in from municipal platforms as opposed to, say, from businesses or restaurants, things like that have had a little more buy-in with the public looking for information in that way. Whereas with the municipalities that we've looked at, it's been a struggle for the majority of them who have launched them. So if we were to go that route, it would be something that we'd have to look at to know, how does this differentiate from just using our websites on a mobile device? And what can we do to ensure that I think it's a good use of resources, both financially and then the human resources actually putting the work together. So that's something we are investigating to see ultimately if it's going to make sense for us, because we have investigated in the past too to see what platforms could make sense, and if everything lines up essentially for this to work for us. So we are investigating that right now.
Thank you. Councillor Fournier.
Question, where it says reach, so this is for the meta-analysis, reach, does that mean individuals, it has reached through sharing, others individual sharing and that type of thing as well?
Yes, yeah, that is it. So the ones that have that significantly higher reach is typically because it either got shared by users a significant amount, or there was a lot of engagement on the individual post on our own page, which then by the algorithm they use makes it go into a lot more people's feeds. So that those ones that have that higher reach, outside of the ones that we have paid for, which we've noted there, are all just organically people sharing them, and that's how we build that.
So have you investigated to see how many of them are actually friends of the deputy mayor? And that's a compliment.
Out of order there, Councillor.
That's a compliment. So that's just, I wanted to know if that's been investigated. Thank you very much.
Other members of council? Just for your edification, last evening, my grandson and I went down. He wanted to take some pictures at the waterfront, and I shared those pictures with our planner and our clerk just to show the beauty. And he said to me, the camera does not lie. And while we were there, we met an individual who was from Osaka, Japan, and he had started his journey from Alaska, and he was traveling across the country, and I asked him why he stopped here. And he said, because of our website. He wanted to see the waterfront and the murals. And I wish I would have gotten his name, but he was on his bicycle. He's going to Montreal, I presume, to take his trip back home to the land of the rising sun. But he saw the sun here setting, in the west. It was such a thing of beauty. but people are actually looking. So this individual is looking at our content, and he's from around the world, you know? So that says something. Well done. Thank you. Next item, item C, smoking area request for the grind. Councillor Keel.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order before this, this agenda item starts. At the June 20th, 23 meeting of council, a motion was passed that's read to table the request for a smoking area until the city has approved a no smoking vaping on municipally owned property bylaw. This matter is coming before council tonight, but the precondition that it not return until there's a no smoking / vaping bylaw has not been met, nor was any motion put before this committee or council requesting that the matter be brought back. So it is in my opinion, and I would ask you to rule, that this matter is not currently appropriately before council, given the prior motion of council.
That's a good one. Are you suggesting that it be tabled till we have the proper information?
I'm suggesting that it is tabled, and it was tabled until such time as a bylaw be approved. So it cannot come back prior to that precondition unless a motion was put forward and council requested that it come back.
So the bylaw has not been brought forward, so I'm presuming that this would be premature at this particular time, and that we await the designation of the bylaw. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, unless council, in a proper motion, decides to bring it back without the bylaw. But at the moment, the rule here at council is that this is supposed to be tabled until there's a bylaw. Council can change its mind, but no such motion has in fact been put to do so.
Well, from the chair's perspective, if the bylaw has not been returned, it would be premature to vote on something that we've asked for information on and not have it. What is the wish of council? Councillor Purcell?
I would say continue to table until such time that we actually have a smoking bylaw.
It is presently tabled. We're waiting for information to come back, so.
Correct.
Ms. Sorio, would you have any comment for us?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. We had met with the deputy mayor, who was the mover of that particular motion, as the CAO and I, and we felt that staff dealt with this individual request of the grind because this was the problem we were trying to solve. Looking at a no smoking bylaw, we talked to various department heads, and it would impact a lot of city properties, like different departments. And there has been no complaints and no issues in regards to smoking on city properties. We follow the Smoke Free Ontario Act. And so it was felt that a bylaw was not necessary at this time, and that we would just deal with the grind issue. But if you wish, we can come back with a motion and go from there.
Deputy Mayor, Your Worship.
Well, could we make a motion to deal with this, and then staff comes back with a report about a possible non-smoking bylaw in Pembroke? Because there are issues with different city facilities. At the Works Department, they'd be smoking on the side of the River Road. PMC, they'd be smoking on Lake Street. So they already have designated smoking areas there. So I would make a motion that we deal with this tonight, and staff comes back with a report about a possible non-smoking vaping bylaw.
Motion on the floor. We have a seconder.
Point of order,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair. This matter that we're talking about, number C, my point of order to you that you need to rule on is whether this matter is appropriately before council. There's no provision that just allows us to bring motions on the fly, as the deputy mayor is trying to do. This would need to properly come back before a committee or the council with a motion. Right now, we're discussing whether or not we're even in C. So,
Based on the information that we have, we do not have that information in place. So I would suggest that it be brought back to us so that we can properly make a decision. That's my ruling as chair. Any other member of council, your worship?
I'm just trying to clarify what your ruling is. So it's asking staff to come back with a motion to lift it from the table? Is that?
well, I don't think staff can bring motions to us. If someone on council in the appropriate way wants to bring a motion to bring it back, then they could. But at the moment, this, it's not that the chair who's now ruled, it's not that he's making any preconditions. He's saying that it's not currently, this number C is not currently on the agenda. It was not properly put on the agenda. And then the last exchange, where the deputy mayor tried to bring a motion to put it on the agenda, well, that's not in order because we're not in any agenda item, and you can't just bring motions on the fly outside of the agenda.
We need to have the information brought back to us in a proper way. Okay? Thank you. Next item, taxi bylaw report. Ms. Soriel.
Recently, staff was asked to review the taxi and limousine bylaws with the aim of deregulating or streamlining the licensing process and opening the market to competition. So the report has been prepared to provide background information and present recommendations that are expected to increase the availability of vehicles for hire to meet community transportation needs. So presently, the City of Pembroke has a taxi bylaw. It was enacted in 2022. And most municipal, provincial, and state governments within Canada and the United States have some form of taxi cab and/or vehicle for hire legislation in place. Some provinces like Quebec and British Columbia and some U.S. states assume this regulatory responsibility rather than local governments. In Ontario, the discretional authority to license and regulate taxi cabs and vehicles for hire businesses is contained within the Municipal Act. So the Ontario Municipal Act states a council of a municipality may by bylaw establish rates or fares to be charged by taxi cabs. And the Act also states a municipality may provide for a system of licenses with respect to a business. Presently, our taxi bylaw requires, and also the limousine bylaw as well, requires licensing requirements for owners and drivers. So they have to have a complete application. They have to have a valid driver's license. They have to have a police record check. They have to have an acceptable statement of driving record. They need a signed declaration saying that they don't have any current outstanding criminal charges or warrants. They need a letter from a taxi cab company stating the intent to hire the applicant. There needs to be a payment of fees and 2 passport pictures. So once the license is issued, the driver must renew the license annually, and at that time, basically, we need, again, a statement of driving record that's required annually. We need a records check, a police records check. We need annual renewal fees plus 2 passport photos. So presently, the City of Pembroke has the responsibility of reviewing this information. So the city does not have this responsibility for any other businesses in Pembroke. The taxi bylaw also states that the CAO may require a taxi cab driver to produce a medical certificate from a licensed physician which states that the person is fit to operate a taxi cab. It is recommended that these sections be amended to indicate that these requirements would fall under the taxi cab owner's responsibilities. Some municipalities in Ontario do not require separate licensing of taxi drivers, and all hiring decisions, including the background checks, would remain the responsibility of the business owner, as is the case with most employers. It is further recommended that the taxi cab owners ensure they obtain the above requirements for themselves and their taxi cab drivers, and that this information could be made available to city staff or the MTO or the police if required. So it's also the taxi cab's owner's responsibility and not the city's responsibility to ensure that a taxi cab driver does not operate a vehicle for more than 12 hours in a 24-hour period. And further, if there's any notification of changes in contact information, that should go right to the taxi cab owner and not to the city. It is important to retain requirements in the bylaw that allow the city the authority to inspect and examine vehicles for maintenance and meter calibrations, but the city should also ensure that the vehicles are licensed and not the drivers or the owners. The revised bylaw would allow the chief administrative officer to refuse a taxi cab license where it is deemed to be in the best interest of public safety, i.e. an unsafe vehicle. In any other business, the city does not manage the hiring or firing of staff. The Ontario Ministry of Transportation recommends that the city's taxi bylaw be further amended to reduce the age of a taxi cab from 10 years to 8 years. And further, that the taxi cab limits the number, right now, the taxi cab bylaw limits the number of taxis to 24. So it's recommended that no limit be put in place and allow the market to dictate the number of vehicles for hire. The consumer protection objectives should require taxi cab operators to disclose the amounts of to be charged for this service. Some municipalities, like Huntsville, does not regulate the amount that can be charged for a fare. Taxi meters are becoming obsolete and more difficult to obtain, program, and repair. And the newer vehicles for hire, companies do not use taxi meters, they use apps. And presently, the taxi cab bylaw charges a minimum fee of $5.50, and after the first kilometer, each kilometer thereafter would be $3.30 per kilometer. The City of Pembroke also has a bylaw, which is a bylaw to establish rules and regulations for the licensing and operation of limousines, and again, very similar to what the taxi cab bylaw is. A considerable amount of bylaw staff time is spent on the administration and enforcement of the taxi cab business licensing bylaw. The collection of evidence is very challenging, given that bylaw officers do not have any legal authority to stop vehicles, question drivers or passengers, or demand identification of the production of vehicle registration or insurance documentation, as is the case with police officers or the Ministry of Transportation enforcement officers. Regardless of any business licensing requirements in effect, any vehicle used as a taxi cab or a vehicle for hire in Ontario is subject to vehicle safety and equipment requirements within the Ontario Highway Traffic Act and is enforced by the police or the Ministry of Transportation. The operations and business practices of taxi cabs and vehicles for hire companies are also subject to the requirements contained in the Ontario Consumer Protection Act, and which means any customer can file a complaint with the Ministry of the Government and Consumer Affairs. Bracebridge and Gravenhurst have repealed their taxi bylaws in the last couple of years and instituted a voluntary registry with the municipality. I've talked to them, and they are not getting the volunteers to register, so they do have the volunteer registry, but nobody's registering for them. And as with most other businesses, it would remain the responsibility of the consumer to make the inquiries with the owner or driver of the vehicle to satisfy themselves that they are comfortable in using the service that's provided. In the short term, it's not anticipated that the deregulation of the licensing for drivers would have any noticeable impact on the general public. The current license holders would continue their normal business operations and would provide the same level of service to their customers as before. So there are several options for the committee to consider. One is to leave the taxi and limousine bylaw as is and continue to license taxi cabs, the owners and the drivers. If the committee decides to retain the taxi cab licensing bylaw, it is recommended that the bylaw be amended to remove any reference to the number of allowable taxi cabs. Or two, repeal the taxi and limousine bylaws and allow taxis and vehicles for hire to be unlicensed by the municipality and to charge what the market will bear. Or three, amend the taxi and limousine bylaws to license only the taxi cabs. And that would mean then we would want to make sure that we would have an annual statement that they've had their vehicle checked with a licensed mechanic and it's in good repair, that there's that there's insurance and that they have a $2 million liability insurance involved. And then they would get an annual license, a little license plate. If there are any complaints about the drivers of the vehicle or the vehicles, they could contact the Ministry of Government and Consumer Services, who is responsible for consumer protection regulations in Ontario, or they could contact MTO, which promotes and monitors the safe operations of all operating vehicles. This will ensure the vehicles are safe with annual maintenance checks and insurance, and the proposed bylaw would allow vehicles for hire and not place any restrictions on fares, and would ensure taxi drivers hire their own staff, but information such as background checks, driving records, driver's license could be called upon by the city, the Ministry of the Transportation, or Ministry of Government and Consumer Affairs at any time if required. Depending on the direction here this evening, the committee may also want to consider a public meeting with special invitations sent to the taxi cab companies to provide for their input. So I'll take any direction.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Ms. Roy, I want to thank you for what is always diligent work, but this in particular, obviously you looked across the province in terms of what others were doing. I'm not surprised to hear that other municipalities have similarly looked at deregulating, or in a couple cases, I guess, getting out of it altogether. That doesn't surprise me, and I certainly am not going to sit here today and pretend that this was a great new idea of mine. Obviously, I knew that at least a couple other places were looking at it. So I think in terms of what we're looking at, and I think you might have downplayed this a little bit, the amount of time that your department spends every single year on dealing with the cab companies, dealing with the drivers, that is certainly a staff resource that we can't easily get back. Obviously, staff time is staff time, and there's only so much of it in a day, in a week, and in a month and a year. So at this stage, I'd be really unhappy to leave things the way that they are. And I say that mostly because the limousine bylaw essentially purposefully prevents any Uber-style business from coming into town. I certainly appreciate that, and I know sometimes I think some people think my comments are harsh, but on this one, I want to give the prior council credit that this bylaw came in at a time when Uber was new. Municipalities everywhere were almost trying to figure out how to stop Uber from coming in. So that bylaw, when it was brought in by this prior council, was not just unheard of, it was the norm sort of filtering across Ontario. I think at this point, a decade or so later, I think we've come to a much better appreciation and understanding of what rideshare kinds of programs can do. And I think most municipalities, subject to some with very strong taxi unions, I think most municipalities have sort of reversed course on rideshare programs. So I think option number one, just leaving things as they are, for that one reason alone, I don't think would be helpful to residents of Pembroke. Mostly what I'm hoping that our deregulating will do is, one, permit rideshare in the city of Pembroke. Number two, open things up for competition. So I completely agree with you that I don't think we have to set a number, the number of taxis or cars. The open market will figure that out. If 600 people suddenly decide to do a taxi or rideshare tomorrow, some are going to fall by the wayside when they find out that they have no clients. So I think we let the economics of that one play the way that it is. I agree with you that I would license the vehicles as opposed to the drivers, and the fact that by licensing the vehicles, of course, we can have them enter into certain license conditions, which includes, and I know you and I spoke about this, but for the benefit of council, our bylaw could include that the owner shall have certain items at their establishment that can be called upon. So that way we don't necessarily have to check them every single January, and the bylaw department doesn't have to have a taxi January. They can choose periodically to make sure that people are following the rules. but they can choose periodically and randomly to spot check to make sure that things are being done, instead of spending the mandatory amount of time that the current regulations require. In terms of the rates, I don't know that I would abandon the rates quite yet. I would be quite nervous that if we got rid of the maximum rates tomorrow, I might be a little nervous that all the taxis in Pembroke suddenly jump their rates, and that would have the opposite effect of what I'm trying to do for the people of Pembroke, which is to try and lower rates and provide for competition. So as our taxi bylaw is currently set, the number is both a maximum and a minimum. So if I wanted to start a taxi company tomorrow, and because I'm new and because I want to try and get business, I wanted to undercut my competition, I actually can't, because the current rates are both a maximum and a minimum. So I would get rid of the minimum and just have a maximum. And I would also like to see us be able to charge flat rates. And I didn't know that I would be helping on a different problem, which is actually getting taxi meters. But I think drivers should also be able, if they want, to charge a flat rate. So maybe a new taxi wants to start in Pembroke, but instead of charging by the kilometer and charging by the stop zone, maybe they just want to say, you know what, I'm $10 to go anywhere in Pembroke. Maybe you're only going 4 blocks to your doctor's office in the rain and you lose on that one. Maybe next week you go all the way from the West End to Walmart and maybe you win on that one. But I mean, let's be honest with us. When we're talking with friends and neighbors and whatnot, we never work out the kilometers when we're offering to drive them somewhere. We give them a flat rate and they take it or leave it. So I would allow the taxis to do both. If they want to continue to meter by the rate, then so be it. But if they want to just offer a flat, no conditional rate, they could offer that as well. And for some people, like seniors or those on Ontario disability or whatnot, having those kinds of flat, hard set rates might even help them budget a bit more. And I promised myself that I wouldn't even mention the fact that at the moment in the city of Pembroke, taxis might be a little more expensive than usual because of certain operational detours. So having a flat rate might.
Can you wrap it up there, Councillor Keel? We're trying to.
Well, I do get 5 minutes according to the
Yes,
procedural
you
bylaw,
do.
Mr. Chair.
I think your 5 minutes is pretty close. Go
It
ahead.
is. And then the other thing, actually, well, you kicked me to my last point anyway, Mr. Chair. Allowing for an independent app as opposed to a taxi meter, I think would also be acceptable in this day and age. And again, I didn't know the taxi meters themselves were becoming a rarity. I guess I kind of understand it now that you mentioned it. But I think an independent app would be just as justifiable to a user. And of course, that's what the ride shares use, is an independently calculated app that you can see. So that would be my recommendation if that meets with, I guess, number 3.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this report forward.
You have
It's
5 minutes as well,
yes,
Deputy Mayor.
5
We want to be
minutes.
fair to everyone. Go ahead.
Yes, I see. So anyhow, thank you for bringing the report forward, and it's good to see that it's going to open the market if council accepts it and have some additional choices for the resident. And when you phone for a cab now, I'm told it's very hard to get a cab in Pembroke. There's a wait time. And so I think it's good to open the market and have rideshare company. I like number 3. Before I make another comment, but I just have a question for you. So it's the license fee, there are staff hours involved. If we accept number 3, there's still staff work involved, right? That's what the license fee would pay for.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, there would still be some staff time involved, but it would be definitely less staff time involved. It's very onerous when we're dealing with the different drivers and then getting the information. If they don't have all the information, we have to follow up on the information. I think it would be a lot less time involved just for the vehicles.
Okay. And at any point in time, the city could request the proof of licensing and vulnerable security check from the taxi company or the ride share owner.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, and we would actually put that in the bylaw. And I think then what we would do is, if that's the direction of the committee, and that we are going to license just the vehicles, then maybe we get them to sign a memorandum of understanding or some kind of an agreement along with their taxi license to say that that information would be available.
So for the ride share company, and if the car is shared by two different people, they'd have to have the vulnerable security check also, the drivers.
But that would be done through the owners or yes, if there was somebody that's just doing it on their own,
Right.
then yes, we would
Okay.
have to know who, because at least if by registering the vehicle, then we know who's on the roads, and then that would allow us to go and do a random check if we needed to.
Okay, that's good. So direction is good for tonight, but I'd like also to see the public meeting with the special limitations to the taxi cab before we pass any official bylaw or anything, because it's very important to get their input also. Thank you.
Your worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I read the report, I was with number 3, but I understand Councillor Keel's comments, and I certainly support what he's putting forward. Similarly, that one bullet, and it's towards the end, but it wasn't lost on me that there should be, like before, I would submit that before this particular council votes on a particular bylaw, whatever it looks like, that there is some consultation with the cab companies so that we can get feedback from them. And the only other point that I had when I read the particular report, and knowing that later on we're talking about transit, is that when you look at transit solutions, I just wanted to ensure that we weren't closing the door on possibly having a discussion with taxi cab companies about whether there's a way to work with them, whether it's providing chits, in other words, you're subsidizing the cab companies to provide for the individual that qualifies, whatever that criteria is, but not to close that particular door, so that if there's a different way of doing the transit solution in terms of the city of Pembroke, that maybe perhaps that is one way of doing it, as opposed to, one bus, 5 buses, whatever. So in any event, so that was the other thing that came to mind when I read the report.
Other members of council? No? From the chair, I just want people to understand the taxi business has been established here for many years. And what a lot of people don't understand is these are the eyes and ears of the community as well after hours. When the roads are in bad shape, we get 2 inches of ice. They're the ones that call operations many times and say, hey, we got a problem at McKay. And, they're sort of the first responders. In all due fairness, I know maybe they charge the rate that they need to do to make a living. They also, in an accident, many times they're the first people to call for assistance. So not only is their role getting people around, there's that unwritten code that the cab drivers here adhere to. So I'm also glad that we'll have a public input from them to see what their impressions are as well. Thank you. So you have direction, Ms. Soriel?
I have direction, and I'll include the points that were presented here this evening and come up with a draft, and then we'll present that at the public meeting and then see where we go from there.
Now, cumulatively, you've had more than 5 minutes. You do understand that,
Sorry.
right? That's okay. Item E, carry on request to lease parking lot.
Okay. In 2021 and 2022, the city and TSH Lake Inc. entered into a one-year lease agreement for 12 parking spaces at 0 Lake Street, which is at the corner of College Way and Lake Street. And this agreement was entered into to provide additional parking for the residential units located at 320 Lake and 164 Christie Street. Staff have been in discussions with the apartment building owners who is interested in continue with this existing lease arrangement. Staff is recommending that a one-year lease be agreed upon for 2023-2024 with consideration of a longer-term lease next year. The reason for this is that a portion of the adjacent property may potentially be developed for users of the Algonquin Trail. And once this is completed, then the city would be in a better position to consider a longer-term lease for the balance of this property. So the terms of the lease are the same as last year. It's $350 per year per space for a total of $4,200 plus HST, and the leasee would pay the cost of maintaining the spaces. Due to the interest of time, a bylaw is before council this evening for your consideration.
The wish of the committee, Councillor Fournier.
I'm going to support the recommendation, but it begs me to ask, I know when we approved a lot of these with reduced parking, it was because they were going to be primarily student residences, and apparently the statistics had said we don't need as many parking spaces as we used to need. So this kind of, we just had one a couple of weeks ago, the apartment on Hinks, we were questioning parking. So this really makes me think, what is going to happen if we need that parking lot and those apartments don't have a place for their residents? So it kind of worries me. Although I'm going to support this, I think we have to really start looking at parking and going back to the old way we used to look at, so many per and everybody has a car. So I'm just concerned.
You making a motion to that effect, Councillor Fournier?
That everybody should have a car? No, I'm just kidding. So I would move we support the recommendation.
Moved by
Thank you.
Councillor Fournier, seconded by Councillor Keel. Further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. We are adjourned.
Good evening, and welcome to the Finance and Administration Committee, Pembroke City Council for October 23rd. Call the meeting to order. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Motion to approve the meeting agenda. We have Councillor Purcell and Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? Carried. Approval of the minutes from the September 5th meeting. Councillor Keel, second to Councillor Jacquinot. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Numbers 5, business arising from minutes. Seeing none. Move to item number 6, new business. Patterson Lot Paving, Ms. Soriel, tender contract T23-18.
The recommendation of staff of the Planning and the Operations Department recommend that the paving of the Patterson parking lot be completed at a cost of $52,728.43 net of HST in 2023. The budget shortfall would be funded from the 2023 General Capital Reserve. So a tender for paving was issued in August of 2023 for various paving works throughout the city, including the paving of the Patterson parking lot. The bid received exceeded the allocated $26,000 that was budgeted for this particular project. The other tendered works at other locations will be managed and the scope adjusted within the established budgets and are not subject of this report. The project scope for the parking lot includes the removal of existing asphalt paving, adjustments and upgrades to existing stormwater structures, granular base upgrades, replacement of asphalt, vegetation management, and line painting. No upgrades or significant work in this parking lot has been completed in excess of 20 years. So this project is a priority as the existing asphalt is deteriorating, causing drainage issues, as well as an increasing municipal liabilities. This work needs to be completed prior to winter or it will be delayed to 2024 and risk further cost increases and increasing liabilities. As a result, proceeding with this project in 2023 is recommended by staff. Again, the overall project cost is $52,728. This results in a budget shortfall of $26,728.43. In consultation with the city's treasurer, the staff's recommendation would be that should the city wish to proceed with this project, the shortfall for this project would come from the city's 2023 General Capital Reserve, which has sufficient funds to cover this shortfall. Your direction is required.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell.
I move that we proceed with the project and cover the shortfall with the project from the 2023 Capital Reserve.
Do we have a seconder? Mayor Gervais. Motion on the floor. Discussion. Councillor Keel.
I promise everyone I'm doing this in the most polite way. Other than a truck, I think every single item that has come before this council that was budgeted this year has been over budgeted. One of them was one of the roads projects that was over budget by 70%. This one is over budget by 200%. I'm just wondering if I was a taxpayer or if I was a brand new councillor in his first term, if Mr. Unruh, I'm not expecting necessarily Ms. Soriel to do this, but I mean, I know, I'm sure staff do try to do good projections in January, but I think one item is the only thing that has come in on or under budget, and others are off tens of percents or hundreds of percents off. And I'm just, is this the norm? Is this what we're supposed to be expecting? Because, I mean, if we are, I think in January, I'm going to suggest to Madam Treasurer that she ratchet up some of her contingencies, because I just can't foresee doing this year after year after year. So it's, I mean, it's a question that I am getting from the public, but admittedly, this might being my first year, it's a question that I have too. But we're just never there. And I would have thought that when we're trying to predict something, I would have thought sometimes we'd be too high, sometimes we'd be too low, sometimes we would be close. But we're just never there this year. So can anyone speak to that respectfully?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I see Colleen looking at me, so. And there's no mic for the treasurer, so. Yeah, like, we are heading into the budget deliberations staff-wise, and certainly we'll be asking those questions to staff. I know historical, it's not always been like this, so it's not year after year that the budget estimates are way off. It has been challenging through COVID. And certainly not only our municipality, but other municipalities have felt the same. And so usually in the budget process, we use previous historical numbers and usually use like a 3-year running average. And so that 3-year running average would, be all COVID related. And the costs have been increasing. So certainly your point is noted, and certainly during the budget deliberations that will be reflected back to staff in regards to the budgeting process. Not sure if that helps you answer the question, but it's not like year after year we have this, and usually it's what you had mentioned is that we do get fluctuations. We're right on one, we win another, we lose the other one, and this year it's been extremely bad for that.
Thank you, Mr. Unrod. We have the mayor, then we have Councillor Frenier.
So I'm going to only speak to this particular one and not overall in terms of budgeting and how it works and that sort of thing. And so I'm going to give my 2 cents worth on it, and then an explanation as to why I support this particular motion. So I can think back to 2 terms under Mayor LeMay, who would speak to wanting staff to come out with tenders like early, and recognizing that we have a limited amount of staff that do tenders, and then other municipalities coming out early, and all of us are trying to, as soon as budgets are passed, like we used to pass budgets in June, and so let's move budgets then earlier so that we know that we have the dollars allocated to be able to put out certain things, draft the tenders, put them out, and so my understanding from just being around the table for some time, talking to contractors and so forth, is we're now heading into the fall. Not that it feels like it out there tonight, but we're heading into the fall, and my understanding is that certain contractors at this point probably have already a wealth of different contracts to do and projects to do, and if someone wishes to tender later on in the season, which this is later on in the season, well, so be it, and prices are what prices are. And so normally, this late in the year, given the numbers in question, I would normally not second this type of a motion, but I'm reading between the lines in terms of what the staff report is saying, commenting on liability, recognizing that for whatever reason, and Pembroke is not immune to this, we seem to be becoming more and more litigious, and people seem to want to sue municipalities left, right, and center for getting their high heels caught in something, or their shoes caught in something and falling and wanting to sue the municipality, in addition to any number of other individuals. So everything I'm saying is no slight. I want to make sure that that's perfectly clear. No slight towards staff. I think our staff do an awesome job, but we have a finite number of staff, and frankly, and I think it's coming forward at a future date, is in terms of the amount of staff we have and hiring more staff, because we don't seem to be able to get certain things things out in a timely fashion so that projects like this would have been tendered in the spring as opposed to the fall. But again, I support it just because I'm reading between the lines in terms of this report and talking about liability, and so I suspect that there might be concerns by staff in terms of the number of lawsuits and whether or not we're open to lawsuits by leaving this parking lot the way it is. So that's what I'm reading in between the lines there, because otherwise I would say, nope, let's wait till next year and make sure you tender it by April or something. That's my take on what it is that's transpiring with this particular one. I'm not speaking to all the other ones. And my last comment, which is what I wrote down, is we're once again tapping the general capital reserve. So if there is a surplus, I keep plugging that it goes to the general capital reserve as opposed to a whole host of other things, which are noble, but general capital reserve is where it seems to come from. Thanks.
Sir, thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Frenier.
I hear where Councillor Keel's coming from. Unfortunately, we cannot control the cost of these products. My question would be, are we getting money? Are we cost recovery is my concern. How much do we get annually for that parking lot? Because we just leased an entire parking lot for $4,200 a year. So that was the other lot that we just leased on Lake. It was $350 a space, and it was a total of $4,200 annually. So what are we getting for that lot annually, and how long does it take to recover? Are we paying more than we getting, you know, because like the lifetime, and anyway, you could answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to that particular lot, there are 17 parking spaces, and it's a permit lot. So for downtown tenants, you know, that maybe don't have parking, they are able to get a permit to park there all year. And so for 17, and again, it's $350 annually, it would be about $6,000 we would get in revenue. But then there is the cost to maintain it, because then we do have to, plow it and sand it and salt it. So there are costs.
Exactly. So I would like a review done of what we're charging in those lots, because if we're spending $52,000 to pave it, and we're only getting $6,000 a year, and that's not even, you know, to plow and to do all those other things, how much are we actually losing? We should be at least getting money ahead in reserve for those lots to repair them later. So I would like to see something come back to us so we can maybe decide if we need to up those rates. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it boils down to if you want it paved or you don't. You either put the money away, you leave the lot go to become decrepit and just falls apart, and then we have a liability issue, or you have a reserve fund that you save 6-7 years over the fact. And as Councillor Fernier said, if we're not getting the due revenue, then why would we do it? But we have to remember, once we pave it, we're not spending $52,000 a year, right? It's paved, it's done. Yet there's costs for snow plowing, et cetera. But how do you control costs? I said earlier, a lady living in Kitchener lived in a condo for $229,000. 5 years later, it's $769,000. How do you control that cost? It's the cost of oil-based products, cost of labor. Everything goes up, nothing goes down. So I mean, if you want it done, you got to plan for it, or don't do it. Simple as that.
Councillor Purcell.
I just want to harp on the legal requirements in regards to litigation. You know, it's cheap to pay $52,000 for a parking lot compared to some of the litigation and the insurance costs. We all saw at budget time in terms of all the insurance costs that went up through the roof. And I think there's an opportunity here to decrease that liability. I do recognize that it is somewhat steep, but I mean, a two-car paved driveway is $5,000, $6,000. $26,000 doesn't even cover a deck quote that I received this year. So it's not just, you know, these contractors. It's right across the board. Materials, people are expensive. So I can see why, and based on the end of the season, I can see why as well.
Call the question. Those in favor of awarding the tender? Carried. Oriole. Next item, we have our Pembroke Fire Department Chief, Mr. Sell. Welcome with your monthly report.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So before I begin my report, I'd just like to remind everybody that this report ends on September 26th. So that was roughly a week ago. So some of the numbers are going to be a little lower than what they're actually at right now. So during September, we did continue our smoke alarm inspections after incidents. We're still seeing over 90%. However, we did run into a few issues this month with some residents that required some detection. However, we did respond to one fire this month where the smoke alarms were working upon arrival, which was, unfortunately, the house did receive some damage, but it was nice to see that the smoke alarms were installed doing their jobs. Of the 306 trailers we inspected during Fiddle Park event, 24 smoke alarms and 27 batteries were replaced. So this represented roughly 17% of attendees. The smoke alarms and the batteries are provided at cost recovery basis to the campers at Fiddle Park only. The last event in 2019 saw 400 plus trailers, and during that event, the PFD replaced 10 smoke alarms and 6 batteries. That just goes to show that the constant enforcement and education really goes to show. You can see in that drop-off period of what's roughly 4 years that the numbers have gone up again with people not having working smoke alarms in their residences. During the event, we responded to 2 calls. One was a malfunctioning smoke carbon monoxide detector, and the other was a medical emergency. And that's it for my report on Fiddle Park. Preparations were begun and completed for the Test Your Smoke Alarm Day in Ontario, which was on September 28th. This day was proclaimed by Mayor Gervais as Test Your Smoke Alarm Day in Pembroke. We posted the event on the digital display outside the PMC and on the city's website. We had an article outlining the day and the need for working smoke alarms in the Observer. Staff recorded spots on My FM and Pembroke's Pure Country delivering key messaging about the day. And Your TV was kind enough to run the segment that they produced of staff outlining the proper way to test and inspect smoke alarms in the home. So the reason behind the Test Your Smoke Alarm Day in Ontario was a project put forward by the Fire Marshal's Office. Because in 2022, like I've said this before here at Council, was the worst year in recent history for fire deaths in Ontario. And this was a step towards reversing the trend. During September, fire drills were conducted at Bernadette McCann House, Renfrew County Housing Corporation Building at 150 Elizabeth, and Holy Name School. Fire safety and extinguisher training was provided for Community Living Pembroke. Public safety messaging on Pure Country's Pembroke's Pure Country for this month focused on distracted driving, especially with the children returning back to school. We also provided some fire prevention tips to the young adults heading off to post-secondary studies. And our partnership with the Renfrew County Fire Departments and messaging in the Eganville Leader continued. On the social media platform, we promoted our upcoming open house for Fire Prevention Week and the Test Your Smoke Alarm Day. We did post the 2023 version of Where's Sparky? And just to remind everybody that the Where's Sparky contest ballots are only available at the open house. And then once again in September, we observed the anniversary of September 11th, where 343 firefighters lost their lives in New York City during the tragic event. Staff attended the unveiling of the new waterfall at Waterfront Park, dedicated to first responders, wounded warriors, and all frontline emergency workers. And we also advised residents of the City of Pembroke of the new recreational burning bylaw that was passed by Council on September 5th. So since the passing of that bylaw to September 26th, we had conducted 35 site inspections and approved 32 permits. We had fielded over 80 calls at that point, 80 calls, emails, inquiries from the public. As a reminder, we do have an information package available outlining the requirements of the bylaw, and this is available at the fire hall, or if they would like to contact and leave an email address, we would be happy to provide that package to residents. Firefighter Riley Poirier successfully attained the rank of third-class firefighter in the month of September. And of course, to recognize Riley's hard work over the last few months in preparing for this exam, Riley has been awarded the Firefighter of the Month. Riley's work ethic and enthusiasm is exceptional. He displays skills this month and during his very successful promotional exam. And the Volunteer of the Month goes to Dave Roach. And Dave is another one of our long-standing members, and he was able to attain all the requirements for the month of September. Courses and seminars, Firefighter Done and Firefighter Roots have begun an online course through the OFC, covering parts 2 and 6 of the Ontario Fire Code. In September, we welcomed Ryland Dennison to the Pembroke Fire Department as this semester's co-op student. Ryland is a grade 12 student at Fellows High School, and he aspires to become a firefighter when he is done high school. So upcoming next week is Fire Prevention Week, and this year's theme is Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention. So cooking remains the #1 cause of home fires and home fire injuries throughout Canada. So we ask all residents of the city of Pembroke to take their time, especially during Fire Prevention Week, to learn about some safe cooking habits and implement kitchen fire prevention measures in their households. So we'll promote Fire Prevention Week before, during, and after Fire Prevention Week on our social media platform with important messages regarding kitchen and other fire prevention topics, kitchen safety and other fire prevention topics. So our schedule of events has been released. We will also be displaying information on the PMC sign and on the City of Pembroke website. As we did last year, the kickoff for Fire Prevention Week 2023 will be the open house, and this is sponsored by cooperators in the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association, and the open house is on October 7th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Our information booths and smoke alarm exchange will be conducted on Tuesday, October 10th at the West End Plaza, Wednesday, October 11th at Giant Tiger, and Thursday, October 12th at the Pembroke Mall. And these booths will run from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturday, October 14th, we'll see Sparky and staff participate in Fire Prevention Week activities at the Pembroke Public Library. We'll be leading story time, followed by a safety talk and presentation to the children. Staff will be joined by Mayor Gervais and Sparky to close out Fire Prevention Week 2023 with the ceremonial puck drop at the Pembroke Lumber Kings game on October 15th. I know the report says the 14th, my apologies. It is the 15th. The fire department will also have our information booth and smoke alarm exchange at the game, and the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association has kindly stepped forward again this year to donate to the kids' Chuck-a-Puck event held at the game. We have run and received all the entries to our Firefighter for a Day contest from the local schools. So this Firefighter for a Day contest focuses on grades 4 and 5 students, and they're challenged to produce a fire safety message or slogan. The winning students will have their slogans displayed on a Pembroke Fire Department vehicle and will spend an afternoon at the fire hall working and training with the firefighters. We'll be conducting fire drills at all the city schools, promoting the need for escape planning and practicing. And I would just like to thank all the members of the Pembroke community who have stepped forward and offered their support for our open house and other Fire Prevention Week activities. Our annual vulnerable occupancy inspections and fire drills were conducted at Pembroke Carrefour Complex, Chartwell Pinewood Retirement Residence, and Carrefour McKay this month. Emergency Management Program Committee held its 3rd meeting of the year, and planning is underway for the city's annual emergency exercise. Along with hosting in-house training sessions and department meetings, The EOC training room also hosted a warming center meeting in which many of the local stakeholders were in attendance. And it saw the Renfrew County Fire Chiefs held their quarterly meeting in September as well. The Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association in September has helped 3 children register for the 2023-2024 hockey season. So this assistance comes in the form of purchasing equipment and covering the cost of registration fees. The association is also helping 2 children learn to skate by registering them in the Can't Skate program. The association also contributed to Northern Credit Union's charity golf tournament as a whole sponsor, and they further donated to the Alterna Savings Spaghetti Dinner in support of the Boys and Girls Club of Renfrew County. Our training for the month of September is outlined in the report for you. Our inspections and consultations, we saw 163 in the month of September, and responses, we saw 27 with 2 property fires, which amounted to estimated dollar loss of roughly $78,000. And we have 2 outstanding fines in September of 2023.
Thank you, Chief Sell. Any questions for the chief for his report? Okay, we have Councillor Jacquinot, then Lafreniere.
Thank you, Chief. Based on the previous month's presentation on people that wanted to have open fires, I thought there was a lot more than 35 people would have applied for a permit. Would I assume then that a couple of hundred are burning illegally? And have you had any complaints?
We have had complaints. For the most part, the complaints have come from residents who witnessed the ignition of the fire. Upon investigation, we're finding out that these people have permits. The one call we did receive was from some people in behind the mall who, whenever we did arrive, that they were already fled the scene. So I would say we're not receiving a lot of complaints about people burning without a permit.
But I'm trying to get around, from the survey that you presented last time, I thought there was a couple of hundred people were in favor of having outdoor burning. Was that, or am I mistaken? So if there was a couple of hundred people who were in favor of having burning, we only have 32 permits registered. Does that mean the other 170 are out there but have not bought a permit? And how do you regulate that? I guess that's not a fair question, but I thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Lafreniere.
So in regards to the burning fire pits, I would like to see, so I know years ago when we implemented the false alarm fines, it was included in your report. And I'm wondering if we could include it in your report when you do them, the monthly reports, and that would include permits issued, dollars collected for permits, and then incidents reported, and then any dollar loss or gain. And that way it gives us something to go forward with. And in response to Councillor Jacquinot's query, that was only 30 days, and we had 1 a day. So I would imagine going into the colder season, we'll probably see more people wanting fire permits, but I encourage those that want one to apply for one. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Chair.
Yes.
So with the 32 permits, that's $3,200.
Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll touch briefly on Councillor Jacquinot's comments, only insofar as to say that I believe the survey was people that supported the idea of a change in the bylaw. That doesn't necessarily mean that they themselves would even qualify or were going to get a permit, but perhaps they have a family member, somebody with a yard that they were jumping on board with. I certainly vote in favor of any number of things around this table that I don't or won't personally use. So I think when we're looking at the statistics, we need to talk about what the statistic was that we're talking about, and that was one of support, not one of people pre-purchasing their permits. changing tack, I just want to thank your Firefighters Association again for all of the work that they do. I saw them down at Fiddle Park and had some great conversations with them. Of course, they're also integral to our fireworks program. And I mean, all of the things you raised today, I didn't even know about. I think it never hurts for people to know exactly what our emergency professionals are giving back to the community. We focus a lot on the dangers and the hard work that they do, and all of that is true. But I certainly wish more people knew, particularly your Firefighters Association, of what they're giving back, because this just continues to both amaze me and make me very proud of your firefighters. And I hope you will pass along my comments to them. Of course, I'll be there at the open house, so I guess I can do that myself. But truly, Chief, I mean, I'm glad that you do bring those kinds of stories to council, and certainly it's. I hope while we're focused on Firefighting Week, it would even be nice if our media could possibly cover the association and their good deeds specifically, even separate from their regular working duties.
Thank you. Next item, 2023 aluminum hull rescue boat trailer, motor and trailer tender and procurement. Chief Sell.
Oh, thank you. So staff recommends moving forward with the direct purchase of an aluminum hull rescue boat, motor, and trailer from Stanley Boats. So following the equipment replacement plan put in place by Chief Herbeck, our current rescue boat, DR 520 rescue boat, was due for replacement in 2023. The boat was purchased in 2008 at a cost of $35,000, with a portion of the funds raised through canvassing local organizations. The reserve funding for boat replacement was developed under Chief Herbeck in the mid-2010s. The DR 520 boat has served us well in launching our water rescue program. However, using this particular piece of equipment over the last 15 years, we've come to realize a few things. The fiberglass hull is not ideal for working in the Ottawa River. With the abundance of cribs, rocks, and logs, damage to the hull is not easily repaired. Most calls for help on the river put staff and the boat in close proximity with the above-mentioned hazards. The way in which the boat is constructed does not lend well to leaving it moored at the marina. Sitting in the water for excessive periods of time degrades the adhesives used in the construction, and we've been repairing the inflatable tubes annually for several years now. There's no protection for the operator. They are exposed to the weather and conditions such as heavy rain, making operation during these conditions difficult as visibility is extremely impacted. Maneuvering to perform the rescue boat during heavy rains can put patients in danger. The layout of the boat also does not allow rescue of large numbers of people, nor does it have the space to place a stretcher for transporting patients from the river to the shore. Along with this, there is also a lack of storage space limiting equipment we can carry on the boat. When additional equipment is required, this sits on the deck, further reducing the working space for the staff. With the inflatable sides, although not overly high in regard to working distance from the surface of the water, it does make it difficult to remove patients from the water and bringing them into the boat during rescue. We have also conducted responses where we need police assistance, bringing a third person onto the boat, thus eliminating any additional space for patients and victims. In early 2023, a boat committee was formed and tasked with identifying the optimal piece of equipment to replace the DR 520. Through the process, an RFP was formed outlining what we needed and released this summer following the procurement policy. The closing date was set on August 17th. Unfortunately, we did not receive any proposals, although 10 companies did pick up the RFP package. So to summarize, bid proposals received, 0. Capital budget for 2023 was $55,000, which I must add, whenever the replacement program was put in place through reserve funding, the formula used indicated that this would be the cost of it whenever we replaced it in 2023. So the current options we have is single source for the boat replacement or retender with modifications to the specifications. So we have not been encouraged by the lack of response to the RFP. And staff feels that if retender process is chosen, we will receive nothing again. Operationally, we also feel that there's little room for specification modifications. Staff requests the single source option as per the procurement policy. We have begun researching a single source option that would provide a vessel as outlined in the RFP. The one issue is the insufficient amount placed into reserves and budgeted for this procurement. As outlined in section 2.13 of the procurement policy, department heads require approval from the treasurer when exceeding budget projects to a specified limit. And if this limit is exceeded, council approval is required. So costs for the boat specified in the RFP through a single source we have identified as the best option comes in at $89,506. After review with the boat committee, we have decided to remove items that the proponent has listed but are not required. Depth finder with GPS and avionics capabilities. An aftermarket product would meet our needs. This would remove $1,825 from the quote we are working with and should save roughly $825 overall after we purchase the aftermarket product and have it installed. The arch for the mounted GPS will be removed. Completely removing the arch reduces the price by $2,620. And an emergency light bar with emergency lighting removed and replaced with small light and mounting assembly that meets the requirement of the emergency warning light for vessels. With revamping the light configuration and mounting, the minimum lights required will save $3,980 off the end price. So financial implications, with the items removed, this reduces the proposed purchase price to roughly $82,081. The proponent operates with a down payment upon placing custom orders. The down payment required is 50%. The remaining 50% would be paid upon completion and receiving the boat. As the boat will take 240 to 300 days to complete, $41,040.50 would be required in 2023 for payment. Staff would further request the remaining amount of $13,959.50 be carried over to 2024. Staff would then request the balance of the $27,081 be set in the 2024 budget to complete payment funded through the fire equipment reserve.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for the Chief? We have Councillor Keel, Lafreniere, and then Purcell.
I guess I'll start by moving that that committee approve the direct purchase of the aluminum hull rescue boat motor and trailer from Stanley Boats as per the financial implications in the report.
We have a seconder. Councillor Giacono. Motion on the floor to approve the purchase of the boat for $82,081. Discussion. Councillor Lafreniere and then Councillor Purcell.
Yes, through you to the chief. Boat committee. Who was on the boat committee that discussed the?
Through you, Chair, that was myself and a team of firefighters.
Okay. From the city of Pembroke?
Through you, Chair, yes, from my department.
Okay. I guess why I asked, sorry. We provide services on the river, not necessarily just to residents of our municipality. And don't take me the wrong way, safety on the river, I don't care who you're rescuing, it's important. I don't want that to fog what I'm going to say. I know that we do recover some costs from neighbors if we provide fire service. Now we're on the river. Do we recover any of these costs from any other municipalities?
Through you, Chair, we have one agreement with Laurentian Valley, so we do recover some costs. If we do respond for a call from Laurentian Valley, it is on a cost recovery basis, yes.
So I guess my next question is, would they be approached to share in any capital costs such as this boat?
Through you, Chair, they do provide us with a lump sum payment annually on January 1.
Okay. So that's answered my question. And I mean, I think that, like the parking fees, should be looked at when these kind of costs are coming in and escalating. I know that you'd be mindful of that. Thank you very much.
Purcell.
Thanks, Chair. Chief, I just want to understand in regards to the coordinated services on the river. So I sit on the health committee, and the paramedics have purchased a new, to them, boat through Chief Nolan. So I'm just wondering, in terms of response, what does that look like in terms of response? Like, I know that if there's a fire, say in a craft, fire department goes out, would also the paramedics be providing their boat as well to, if there's a casualty or an injury?
So through you, Chair, I have not had any type of discussion with the paramedics regarding this. However, I believe CAO Unruh has had some discussions with CAO Kelly regarding this matter. But as far as providing rescue, that's outlined in each municipality's establishing and regulating bylaws for the fire department. So the city of Pembroke has an establishing and regulating bylaw for the fire department, which outlines the Pembroke Fire Department provides rescue on the river.
You can provide it through a contracted resource or through another service provider? I'm just trying to see if, are we duplicating services? Do we have an asset that we actually pay for through the paramedics in regards to a boat that they felt was usable for a rescue type of operation on the Ottawa River, and then we are purchasing our own boat? I'm just trying to see what that coordinated approach looks like.
So through you, Chair, I'm not aware of this boat going to be or planned to be used in any type of rescue scenario. I was informed that this boat was basically a primary as to provide equipment transport if required.
Are we 100% confident in regards to what Chief Nolan is planning to do with that asset? I'm just curious, or do we just table this until such time that we receive some additional information in regards to coordinated efforts and how that would work and who's responding and, you know, what asset they're using, what would be considered a response through the paramedic services and what would be considered a response through the fire department?
Well, through you, Chair, the establishing and regulating bylaw says that rescue will be performed by the fire service. So right now, we're expected to provide that service, and we're expected to provide that service with Laurentian Valley as well. It is an investment, yes, but we've also made an investment over the last 20 years launching this program and investing into the training and everything else that goes along with the service. So the city has made a huge investment into this program, and you know, it is a good program, and the service is an excellent service.
Just before Councillor Frenier speaks, we have the CEO, Mr. Unruh, would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, so yeah, to kind of reiterate what the chief has said. So yeah, the city of Pembroke is the first responder for any rescue. So in regards to your question, in regards to duplicated services, no, the city of Pembroke will be the first responder. When I talked to the CEO from the county of Renfrew, and he had mentioned that there is no anticipated duplication of service. So what they're going to use the boat for, I don't really know. But in regards to providing the rescue, as the chief has outlined, is that the city of Pembroke is the first responder and will be doing that rescue. So there is no duplication of the services.
Councillor Frenier.
So, as you know, the county paramedics provide services to the entire county, and there's a lot more bodies of water than the Ottawa River. So I would assume that's where they will focus that resource. However, that being said, if we are contributing financially to this new venture and we're not going to be benefactors of it, then I'm wondering how that shakes down. So I guess that would be up to us to bring back to that committee level. And I sit on that health committee with Councillor Purcell, so maybe we'll pursue that angle. But thank you very much.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're looking to offset costs, has it ever occurred to your committee that, the Bass Pro people that have fishing derbies, Canadian Tire who sells X number of lures, fishing rods and reels and sporting equipment for boaters may want to be part of the offsetting costs to support this very noble effort that the Pembroke Fire Department is putting forward to save lives initially. If you have to, you're the first responder to get there. Would there be any consideration to reaching out to these folks that, supply fishing gear? And I don't know who you've rescued. I'm sure I remember a boat being on fire and you guys going out to rescue. That's some time ago. What about raising some funds through private business or enterprise? Is that a possibility?
Oh, through you, Chair. I guess with direction, that could be explored, yes.
Oh, yes, yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Purcell.
I'd also just like to see a little bit of a memorandum of understanding between the paramedic services and the City of Pembroke, just so that way we can understand the coordinated response in the event that we have something led by Pembroke and then the paramedics come in. What does that look like? Is it part of our emergency plans? Is it included in there? Maybe just a little bit more discussion with Chief Nolan. I think that would satisfy me, just to make sure that we have a coordinated approach, that we're utilizing the services, we're not duplicating services, and we're actually, enhancing our efforts when it comes to response on water. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor for the boat, $82,081. Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, motion carried unanimously. Thank you, Chief Sell. Next on the agenda, we have our treasurer, Ms. Lodgety, to talk about draft council remuneration and expense policy. Welcome.
Thank you. So at the April 4th, 2023 meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee, a revised staff policy number 500-03 on conventions and seminars was approved. But since this time, the revised policy has raised questions regarding its applicability to council. So based on a review of other municipal policies in Ontario and in consultation with the city clerk, a draft council remuneration policy is enclosed for consideration, which would outline the entitlements of council members. So during budget deliberations each year, an annual budget allotment is set to reimburse the cost of attendance at seminars, conferences, and training up to a specific dollar amount per council member. So for the 2024 budget, this allotment is $1,250 per person. And at this time, actual costs incurred over this allotment are not reimbursed to council members. So questions have been raised regarding the ability to transfer budget allotments between members. So the recommendation and feedback requested from council is as follows, that council provide formal direction on the ability of council members to transfer their annual budget allotment for seminars, conferences, and training between members upon mutual written consent with mayoral approval. And that based on any initial council feedback on the draft council remuneration policy enclosed, that the policy be forwarded to the ad hoc council remuneration committee for review and comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Councillor Lafreniere.
So I just want to clarify through the chair, the draft policy that is attached, is that the existing policy, or is that something that was, so this is the draft, so who created this draft? That's my first question. Is this the existing policy or is this a staff policy?
So through the chair, so this policy was developed in consultation between the Treasury Department and the Clerk's Department. So it's a collaboration between the two groups, but it's a draft staff policy. Currently, there is no policy at the City of Pembroke on this matter.
Exactly. So there really has never been a council policy. And this did come up. I'm just going to give a little brief history. So I know that what you're asking tonight is, can we say, you know what, I didn't use 1,000 of mine, and I know that that counselor really wants to go, so yes, I'll give him permission. So I'm in favor of that. There are a few things that also came up during this policy that came up in discussion after I attended a conference. I've been sitting on council for 22 years, and I know that over the last 4 or 5 years, there haven't been a lot of conferences attended by council because of COVID and things like that. So without going back 15 years in the records, because I know the treasurer did go back some years, but not back like 10 or 15 years, it was the practice of council to, if a counselor brought their staff, let's say, their spouse to a conference, that conference always offered a companion package, or there was a banquet ticket, and the municipality would cover that. Now, that was one of the very few perks that a counselor ever got around the table, was a free companion package or something of that nature. And so I guess it's never been in writing, though. And this was always just sort of a gentleman's agreement that counselors got that little perk, because we don't get benefits, we don't get those other perks that some counselors get. So I guess what I want to see is, because it's in the draft that we don't allow spouses, is that a precursor? Once it leaves us, like, that's not how it is now. I mean, there is no policy in writing, so it's kind of a very gray area. It's been past practice. But going forward, if we present this to the ad hoc, they're going to take this verbatim. So I guess right now, I don't know if it's a good time to discuss it, but I would prefer to see that if a counselor who is not on a regular salary, who does not get benefits, who does not get overtime, travels for 6 hours in a car, why wouldn't they be able to bring their spouse on their own time and at least just give them a companion tourism package? It's one of the few perks, and not everybody does it anyway. I've done it once in the last 5 or 6 years. So it's not like it's going to cost the municipality a lot, but I personally, if I wanted to attend a conference in Niagara Falls, don't want to drive by myself for 6 hours. So I'm going to ask my husband to come with me, just for safety even on the road. So anyway, that's just a discussion, but I would like to see that either compared with other municipalities and say, what are they doing? But don't just pull it and then give it to the ad hoc and say, we don't do this. So anyway, that's just my comment, but I do support that transfer of an unused honorarium going to someone who it might benefit.
We have Councillor Keel and then Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally speaking, I think it is a well-written policy. And like Councillor Lafreniere, really the only things I could find were a couple tweaks. Having the exceptionally long experience that I have in the spousal world, which is not at all, I still think, and I appreciate Councillor Lafreniere's comments, and the only thing that I would adopt her comments in full. I think one of the difference between being a full-time staff person or something where you're going as part of your job is the recognition that all of us here on council, whenever we're doing anything, it's on our own time. And certainly if I had a spouse, when I have a spouse, I would like to know that if you're going on a conference or something, that it would seem weird to me for obviously your spouse can tag along, your spouse can stay in the hotel room with you, that's already paid for, And then when it comes time to, as Councillor Friendly said, the official banquet, you tell your spouse to go to Subway while you go to an event that is part of the official program. So I would agree with Councillor Frenier that I think, what I was going to add that she didn't say was that that's not unheard of. Certainly in the federal parliament, part of their, every member of parliament gets a certain number of free flights. A small portion of those can be used for spouses, recognizing that you might want to travel with your spouse. So it's not unheard of. There is precedent for those, frankly, small spousal perks when the councillor is or the mayor is on official business. The only thing that I didn't like in the agreement, and again, I always feel like now everything I say at council is going to sound harsh, the part where the mayor has to approve. With the greatest of respect, each one of us is elected individually by the voters. We approve our budgets as a whole. We notionally say that it's per councillor, a certain amount, but notionally we're approving the overall amount. And with the greatest of respect, I don't see where in our current municipal fabric that we would need to run to the mayor, saying, can I please transfer funds? I think the 7 of us around this table are all adults. The budget is set. We certainly can't create new budget room by transferring funds. So that's the only part. And I do say right now, I think this council gets along quite well. I recognize it looked rocky at the beginning, and I think it looked worse than it actually was. But I can also foresee a possibility where, what happens if you end up like Toronto, which I think we would all agree, frankly, has a partisan council. There's left-wing people. Well, frankly, there's basically Liberals, New Democrats, and Conservatives. They don't run as a party, but everybody knows which every single councillor is. Do we really want to have a position where a mayor can say, well, my 2 friends can share their travel budget, but I disapprove of this one because I don't like this person on council? I don't think that's necessary. I think the councillors can trade between themselves just fine. And again, it's still within the budget room. So so I would adopt Councillor Lafreniere's concerns, and then my second one would just be that approval process.
Councillor Giacono.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I agree with Councillor Fernier about perhaps the sharing of the cost. My concern is, are we contradicting our own code of ethics by saying that a spouse can be compensated, a member of council's spouse can be compensated monetarily? That's sort of nitpicking, but I thought there was something in our code of ethics said that could not happen. I'm in agreement about transferring funds if a member of council doesn't want to go, can't go because of illness, etc., should be made available to other members of council. I also think that each member of council mandatorily must attend at least one major conference. Must, because that's where the meat and potatoes are. And I think, we can sit around the table and negotiate and talk and be online, but it's different when you're there and you're networking with the deputy ministers or the minister, or you get to meet whoever's there. They get to know you. And I think that's really important. I think that should be mandatory, that nobody should sit around this table without at least going to one conference. That's personal. But getting back to the code of ethics, is there something that says that members of our spouses cannot be compensated monetarily? Because this would be a monetary compensation, would it not? But that's monetary, that you're paying for your spouse, you're paying for them to be there for the registration, I'm just a little foggy on that.
So thank you, Councillor Giacono. The CAO had some information. You wanted to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So not specifically to Councillor Giacono's comments, but I just wanted to reiterate under Section 7.2 the list of conferences. And so we do plan to get out that list with the actual dates. And so I would appreciate if a council member wants to attend, that notification is provided to us sooner than later, because the rooms get booked up very quickly. So currently, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, ROMA, is out right now and booking. When the deputy mayor and I went to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, in London, we were lucky because I was able to contact a contact down in around the Belleville area that had a spare room. And we were able to get a couple rooms. Otherwise, we would have to have traveled probably half an hour to the conference on a daily basis. So if you're interested, let us know sooner than later, so rooms can be booked. That's the biggest thing. So that list should be coming out as soon as they become available. But Rome is the first one on the block, and that's in late January.
Mr. Chair, my question has not been answered about compensation for spouses, direct, perceived or not perceived.
Madam Treasurer, do you have a comment on that?
Well, staff could look into that, and we could bring a report, an update for it at the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question in regards to the travel approval process. Could you explain me the travel approval process? Because not all of them are all conferences, and I think there's a gap here. I'll use my example. On September the 20th, I traveled to Belleville for a day, and it was for council business. It wasn't in the city of Pembroke, but I don't have prior approval from council to go fact find. So I'm asking about what is the process where you receive the approval to travel, so that way you can get reimbursed for mileage, your stipend, or not the stipend, sorry, your meal allowances and those kinds of things. So I'm just kind of confused because it says all within the city of Pembroke, But if you're traveling outside the city of Pembroke, it's not a conference, but it's fact-finding. I'm on city business, but there's really no approval process, or what is the approval process?
Yes. Treasurer?
So, through the chair, so under 8.1, it does stipulate that members of council attending out-of-town business meetings are expected to clear attendance with the mayor. And then approved mileage would be reimbursed at the rate per kilometer paid to city employees. So again, because there's nothing in writing right now, there is no process to follow.
Right.
So that is the proposed process moving forward. And then following that trip, mileage could be claimed and expenses.
Okay.
Sorry, I should add, though, that traveling expenses, currently the council budget doesn't have a traveling expense line. So we would need to look at that as part of next year's budget for items like that. We do, I think, have a general expense budget. So that's something I could look at a bit more as
Right.
we deliberate the 2024 budget.
If I could speak from the chair, I've been to a few conferences, and they're very important to attend. You meet a lot of people, you get some ideas, like a youth council, for example, ideas like that, affordable housing committee. You get different ways to form those committees and different insights. Anyhow, the $12.50 we get, so if you book travel, if you take the train down and train back, or if you book the hotel, as soon as the $12.50 is gone, it's gone. So if you decide to fly, Port Air to Toronto and spend $400, $450, then your registration is, $670 for Roma, and then your hotel, I think $274 a night. But for example, so as soon as that adds up to $12.50, that's it. So it's up to the council member to figure out, which way they want to spend that $12.50. Yes.
Yeah, so it does cost anywhere between, I would say, $1,500 to $2,000 for a single conference. And it depends on the location because Toronto can be quite expensive with hotels, but it's in that range.
Keel?
Just because I see that the look was for this to go somewhere, I would like to move, that council permit, the ability for council members to transfer their annual budget allotment for seminars, conferences, and training between members upon mutual written consent of the members. Well, that's been a while. I move that council approve the ability of council members to transfer their annual budget allotment for seminars, conferences, and training between members upon mutual written consent of the members. Further, that this draft policy with the comments of council tonight be forwarded to the Ad Hoc Council Remuneration Committee for their review and comment. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Purcell, seconder. Motion on the floor, discussion. We've already discussed it. Call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next item. Asset management planning, major recreation building, September 2023 update. Ms. Lotze.
Okay, so I have two presentations tonight. The first one is an introduction on asset management planning requirements for the city, and then an update on our major recreation buildings, which is the 2 arenas and the pool.
We have a motion on the floor to go past 10, by Councillor Frenier, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel. Those in favor? Carried.
So by way of background, the goal of asset management from a municipal perspective is to provide safe, secure, seamless, and sustainable services to residents, to optimize the value of infrastructure while minimizing life cycle costs, and to manage risks to ensure service delivery is predictable to residents. So effective asset management means asking ourselves a couple of questions. What services does our community need both now and in the future? And noting that the quality of city services are directly linked to keeping our assets in a good state of repair, as well as asking ourselves what services is our community willing and able to pay for. So we have to manage our assets in a strategic way that aligns with community expectations and still be affordable. So there are many benefits to good asset management. Good asset management improves decision-making, resource allocations, and services in the community. It improves and provides an overall understanding of the challenges, choices, and shared responsibilities that we face. It provides a better appreciation of costs and the value of local services, and it helps manage risk, avoid crisis, and reduce volatility in the offering of our services. So if we compare the role of council versus staff in asset management, the role of council involves representing the public, the needs of the community, and to advocate for services. Council provides strategic direction through policies, bylaws, and approves level of service. Council allocates resources through budgets and long-term financial plans to meet objectives while managing risks, and council assumes risks and consequences. For asset management, the role of staff involves developing asset management competencies. Staff gather information, facts, data, evaluate options, and provides fearless advice to council. We ensure that the asset management program aligns with the city's strategic plan. We meet legislative levels of service as well as customer levels of service as set by council. We manage budgets based on life cycle activities, and we outline risks and consequences to council. So in the spring of 2023, the oversight for the city's asset management plan moved from the operations department to my department. And I'm happy to say the city has hired a new financial planning analyst, Jennifer Belair, who joined us earlier this month, and she will be continuing work on the city's asset management plans moving forward. So you'll begin to see, more presentations and information kind of flowing as we look to meet our next legislative deadlines. So the city does have regulatory requirements that we are required to meet, and these regulatory requirements are set by the province under Ontario Regulation 588/17, Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure. So every municipality must prepare an asset management plan, and there are 3 key deadlines. So the one that just passed was due Phase 2, July 1st, 2022. And by that date, the city had to have an asset management plan for core infrastructure assets, including water, wastewater, stormwater, roads, bridges, culverts, as well as an indication of current levels of service and cost to maintain these levels. So this plan is available on the city's website right now. Our next deadline is July 1st, 2024. We have to have an asset management plan for all municipal assets, and this would include the city's buildings and recreation facilities. And this report has to include information on the city's current levels of service and costs. And then our final deadline is July 1st, 2025, where the city is required to set proposed levels of service, not just communicate current levels of service, as well as have a financial strategy for all of the city's assets. So the purpose of this presentation tonight is just to give a bit of an update and some background information on some of the city's key recreation buildings. So the city has 3 main recreation facilities: the Kinsman Pool, the Pembroke Memorial Center Arena, or otherwise known as the PMC, and the Pembroke and Area Community Center, or PACC, or PEMICE 2, depending on who you ask. So we've talked a lot about the pool over the past I don't know how many years now, but we haven't talked a lot about the arenas, and I do think they're worth having a discussion about because they're not getting any younger. So we'll start with the Kinsman Pool and get that one out of the way. So we have conducted structural reviews of the facility in 2016, 18, and 2021, and I understand one was going to be conducted this fall. And these reports strongly recommended the immediate replacement of roof panels, wall panels, and girts of the pool enclosure. So basically the repairs and upgrades to the structure of the building. So with this recommendation, snow loads every year require monitoring to ensure that the structural integrity of the building is being maintained with that extra load on the structure. So minimal building maintenance has been performed since at least 2019 when I started in anticipation of a new build, and we have not developed a maintenance plan for the current pool as it stands right now. So this pool was built in 1956. It was enclosed in a building in 1972. The pool itself is 67 years old, and the building is 51 years old. It's considered because of the structural reviews to be in critical condition. And right now, staff have, been moving forward with a planned replacement for this building. However, if the decision is made not to replace the existing pool, then a remediation plan for the existing building needs to be developed and executed in order to be able to continue to provide this service. So there's been a lot of talk about financing and how expensive a potential loan is going to be. So just a few comments on that. Replacement has been recommended by staff for a number of years, as the city has sought, unsuccessfully so far, for grant funding to assist with the financing of the project. So as an asset of the city, that the city has owned for over 50 years, other levels of government do typically expect municipalities to fund their own base level of service, particularly when it comes to non-core assets. So there's a lot more grants available for core assets for water, sewer, roads than there is for non-core recreation. So grants from other levels of government, I have worked for the federal government in a previous life. For recreation, so grants from other levels of government typically revolve around kind of two priorities for them. So they will often provide incentives to help achieve their own strategic priorities. And so this is why we're seeing a lot of green municipal infrastructure funding opportunities out there right now, because the federal government has set some pretty significant goals in terms of meeting their environmental objectives. And we also typically see grants in the recreation sector when it comes to celebrating milestone events like Ontario's 150th birthday. So typically grants revolve, around those two things, and they're not there just to replace what you already have. So while it is certainly possible to receive grants, they're not frequent and they're extremely competitive. And the chatter amongst the treasurers across Ontario is that demand is very high from just about every municipality. And debt is, if you want to do something, you're going to have to look at debt to achieve your goals. So as the city has only started to set aside funding for a new pool during the last term of council, the bottom line is replacing the existing pool would need to be primarily financed through debt. And obviously the addition of partners to this project would reduce the amount of debt required to finance this project. So this comment is in no way to disparage previous councils. In municipal finance, there is always more pressures than money. And as our mayor and mayors before him have said, there's only one taxpayer. So every council does their best with what they have to address the most urgent priorities while keeping taxes affordable. And it's a very difficult balancing act. So if the city wishes to continue to offer this service to residents, we are going to need to either replace or renovate this building, and it's likely that debt will need to be incurred in order to achieve this objective. And I know staff is currently working on a report, which I believe will be brought forward in November for future discussion. So that's the pool. Pembroke and Area Community Center. So building condition assessment was conducted in 2021-2022 by McIntosh Perry. The building was built in 1977 with an addition in the 90s, and it's currently 46 years old. So a typical lifespan for a building like this is about 75 years, with major renewals planned every 25 to 30 years. So the condition of the building right now is good, but the size and scope of age-related replacements, if we don't move forward with them, will soon push this building into a fair condition rating. Over the next 20 years, based on the report from Mac Perry, it is anticipated that most building equipment and systems will require major repair or replacement in order to maintain the building in a good state of repair. They were estimating at the time an investment required of about $2 million in the next 5 years, and another $3.5 million over the 6 to 20-year time horizon. So if we look at some of the priorities and larger projects that were identified in the building condition assessment report, they did note and recommend that the siding should be replaced in 2025 at an anticipated cost of about $245,000. They did recommend the addition of a sprinkler system in 2026, $330,000. Replacement of a refrigerated floor slab, $480,000 in 2028. And in 2030, replacing the dasher boards, the rink boards essentially, and glass at $378,000. So I did attend an asset management regional workshop last week, and some feedback that I received from other municipalities is that projects today are much more expensive than what was presented in the Mac Perry report even 2 years ago. I understand the town of Arnprior is looking to replace their arena floor slab, and they're looking at a project estimate right now of $1.8 million. So these were pre-COVID cost estimates, and obviously, some of them are low compared to the experiences of some of our neighbors in the area. If we look at the PMC, again, a building condition assessment was conducted by McIntosh Perry in 2020, and it found that the building was adequately maintained, but it is reaching the end of its useful service life. So right now, that building was built in 1951. It is 72 years old, and the typical lifespan for a building is usually pegged at 75 years. Over the next 20 years, if we wanted to keep that building going, the report recommended that we need to invest $7 million in the next 1 to 5 years, and another $4.5 million in the next 6 to 20. And it rated the overall condition of the building as fair. But again, given the size and scope of the age-related replacements, if we don't go ahead with some of these investments, it will push this building into a poor condition rating. So again, if we look at some of the projects identified by McIntosh Perry, they did recommend some pretty significant upgrades over the next several years in 2025. The addition of a sprinkler system, modernized building automation system, and dehumidifier of $705,000. In 2026, they recommended replacing the elevator, siding, chiller, seating, sound system, and acquiring a new ice resurfacer of over $2 million. They did recommend replacing the plumbing and repaving a parking lot at over $300,000. And in 2031, to replace the heater, rink boards, and glass at almost $650,000. And again, these are all pre-COVID cost estimates. So if we compare that to how much we have historically been budgeting for recreation facilities, and I'm not including in this number the amount we're contributing right now to the Aquatic Center Reserve, we have been allocating about $200,000 of funding per year for capital projects related to recreation facilities. So with a forecasted need of over $17 million over the next 20 years, and again, this doesn't include the pool replacement, this is just the arenas, we have a funding shortfall of $13 million. If we look at our operating funding, and again, excluding our contribution to the Aquatic Center Reserve, we currently budget about $1.8 million. But discussions amongst staff are that there are gaps in our operating funding to properly operate our facilities. So the pool operations is currently understaffed by about half a body, because currently we have one pool operator that works 6 to 7 days per week. So to correct this gap would require an additional budget of $42,000. While this doesn't impact the money per se, there definitely is a service expectation gap between, the services that staff can provide and, some of the requests that we get from residents. So when arenas open in August and September, it does create staffing shortages in park maintenance. And this lowers the ability to deliver quality park services in the shoulder seasons. So both, early spring and late fall, our staff move to arena operations. And with climate change, we get asked, why can't we open our parks earlier? Or the weather is still nice, why can't we close our parks later? And it's because staff are working at the arena and they're not available to maintain our parks. So we expect that when we start to look at our levels of service and what residents want, we are likely going to see a service expectation gap in this area. The other consideration in terms of our operating costs related to the facilities is that if we were to construct a new regional aquatic center, and we were to include a second therapeutic pool as part of the mix, then again, this would require additional people and costs to deliver these new services, including lifeguards, pool operator, and front desk staff. So that's something that's not in our budget right now, although some of those additional costs would be offset by additional revenues, but our revenues do not fully cover the cost of operating the pool. So obviously there's some risks and consequences in our operations right now. Currently, our lack of capital funding mean that we're unable to complete age-related replacements of our building components, you know, replacing things more at or near failure. And this can lead to the deterioration of assets to the point of replacement as opposed to repair, and it can cost us more money, because if we have to replace something on an emergency basis, we're not going to get the same best price and maybe even best parts, you know, as if, you know, we had planned it out in advance. And there's also can lead to a loss of service. Obviously, if there's a service failure and we have to close our facility to make a repair before we can reopen again, as is what's happened to the pool over the past several weeks, this can contribute to a loss of the city's reputation or political consequences. And again, our main concern for the pool is that, you know, if we do get a really bad snow year and an ice storm and a heavy snow load on the building, is that going to permanently damage the building or require significant structural repairs, which means that we'll have to immediately close the facility and cancel services until we can get something else in place. So there are certainly, you know, risks and consequences to our operations right now. So staff recommendations in the short term is that, you know, as we identified through our strategic plan, we need to obtain direction on the status of the Kinsman Pool project, in step with service expectations of residents both now and in the future. Given our state of funding, we do need to adopt a risk-based approach to asset renewal and try to prioritize replacement on life safety, service delivery, and asset condition. We do need to consider debt to pay for major capital repairs on all facilities, because we currently have a pretty significant gap in our annual budget. And staff would like council to consider using the newly created recreation reserve to fund unexpected asset failures and unbudgeted emergency repairs for our buildings in the short term. In the medium term, we should be trying to increase available capital funding for our recreation facilities to try to close the funding gap for these aging facilities. So city staff are continuing to work on gathering information. We have another set of building condition assessments that are going to take place, I believe, starting next week. So as part of Budget 2024, we would like to provide an update on, you know, all of the different funding pressures for all of our building portfolios and not just the recreation facilities. So we will include that as part of our capital budget presentation, the information we have, just because, you know, it's important information to share as we look at how much we should be contributing to capital each year. And I understand at the last meeting that it was requested that this presentation be put on our website. So it will be going up on the website tomorrow, along with my contact information if there's any questions from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Lutstedt, for that very informative and presentation, and it's an eye-opener. So we have some comments or questions. First, we have Councillor Keel, and then Lafreniere, and then Councillor Purcell.
Okay, where do you start? Can I first just be reminded at at current rates, what does a 1% increase in taxes produce in dollar form? Was that 200 and some thousand?
Yeah, just over, I'd say $220,000, roughly.
So just for that 7 million over the next 5 years for the PMC, math's not my strong point, but that's a lot of percentage points increases for that one building.
About 6.5.
So through the chair, yeah. So what I would recommend for these buildings, you know, without looking at the whole portfolio, is to say that we should be planning to do a major upgrade in both facilities and use debt to fund the upgrades to expand the service life of both buildings.
Okay. So this presentation is probably one of the most depressing presentations I've had so far on council. I'll tell you, I was very happy and proud of myself when I got a $77,000 Parks and Rec reserve earlier this year. This just stomps the crap out of that 77,000. I mean, I certainly, and I will say, I don't know if I mentioned it before, I did attend an asset management session out in Eganville, and the treasurer was there. Greatest of respect, Madam Treasurer. Theirs was more upbeat than yours has come across. Of course, they weren't talking about any specific municipality. I mean, I think it just goes to show that one, I do think we need to have more forward vision in terms of setting money aside and whatnot. I do appreciate your comment about the debt financing side of things. I'm certainly not opposed to it. I will tell you it doesn't make me feel good, though. That's not generally something that I enjoy and want to encourage. But at the end of the day, I don't want to belabor my comments. I mean, obviously we need to start planning for things in a slightly more futuristic sort of way. And that's partly why I think I did at one point to make a comment during a council meeting that one of the things that surprised me, I guess, at the last budget time was that the last budget was really about this year and this budget. And I was perhaps a little shocked that there wasn't a larger presentation. And I'm not blaming you. I thought maybe there should be a large, and sort of that's what we're literally starting, I guess, today, is that larger discussion. So I appreciate that. I thank you for all your work. I guess what scares me the most is those are pre-COVID numbers, and frankly, that just makes me want to puke. But I'll leave it at that. But I thank you for your presentation, and I think we have quite a road ahead of us, which being Pembroke may include some detours now and then.
Councillor Frenier.
So I have, through the chair, I have a question to either the treasurer or Mr. Unruh about the status of the pool. Is it still closed, or do we have a price or an indication on the pump at this point?
Through the Mr. Chair. So yes, it's still closed. Staff is still working with the contractor, talking directly to the manufacturer of the pump, plus some different avenues. Truly, they are exhausting all opportunities, and I hope to get a better forecast of when we could see that it would be brought back online in the next few days or by the end of this week.
Thank you. That being said, recreation has always been looked at as a soft service. And I brought that to Councillor Keel's attention when he first got on, when we discussed things that should be done at our facilities and our parks. Roads, we spend a lot of money on our roads and improving roads every year, and I know that has to be done. I mean, that's a priority. But the money we've spent on roads, and all we get is complaints about detours, maybe we could take a year or two off of roads and focus it on the facilities in rec. Anyway, I think what we need is two things, and the treasurer alluded to those things. We need a repayment schedule. We need to see what our debt is right now and when we're paying off some debts, number one. When can we, get some new debt going? We have to look closely, and we have to make some really hard decisions. The pool is closed right now. If it's going to cost us $9 million to just fix the pool, which is my guesstimate at this point, because I believe 6 or 7 years ago, the estimate back then to just fix the pool was 6 or 7 million. So I'm thinking now it's going to be 10 million just to fix the pool we have. with no real big improvements, just fix it. I don't think we want to spend $10 million to fix a 60-year-old pool. So maybe we do have to close the pool. And this is a discussion I had a few days ago with other individuals that will come to this council in the near future, what was discussed at that meeting. Unfortunate, but maybe grandparents and parents are going to have to teach the children to swim in the river or the lake or their neighbor's pool or one of the hotels for a few years until we can pay for a facility, because we can't bear the brunt of a $42 million pool. The debenture would kill us. So that's a reality. So unless we can pay off some debt we have, or move some money from the roads for a couple of years, I don't know how we're going to do this, because we're talking between the pool and our other facilities, 42 million, and then another, what was facilities tonight? Another 17 million for our facilities? You're talking $50 million. There's no way. Anyway, so we have to make some hard decisions, folks. We either close the pool for a few years, we reallocate money from roads for a couple of years and only do critical repair work. Anyway, those are why we're here, those decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell, and then Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think this report should come as a surprise to, previous councillors. Even just looking at the age of our facilities, they've already reached their life expectancy in many cases, and we're just kind of band-aiding them, putting them together. It's an example was the pool pump this week, or last week, I guess it was, or the week before. I guess it was gone last week, 2 weeks ago. I think we need to kind of look at the services we provide and the service expectation that the residents and taxpayers are willing to fund. And it's a tough decision. Everything is going up in price. Our facilities are aging. They're aged. In fact, there was a lessons learned at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, and it was with the NRU reactor. I don't know if you guys remember the shutdown that actually occurred because maintenance wasn't being performed on the NRU reactor because a new project called the Maple project was actually coming up and running. So they stopped all the maintenance activities or just provide minor activities. It ended up with a hole in the vessel.
How did Maple do?
Maple didn't pair out. So that's just the lessons learned. You run things right to the end of the life, right? You maintain the things right up to the day that you put the key in the door and lock it up. So that's a lessons learned. I think we need to, it's going to be a very tough budget time. I think, there's going to be a lot of pressing issues. The costs of everything have gone up. Parks and Rec is near and dear to what I'd like to see. I know that people want these services and be able to participate in various different activities and those kinds of things. But I mean, if we can't afford it, we can't afford it. And, we're really getting into that fine line where there's so many pressures in regards to expectations that, we really need to have a little pause and really kind of think what our priorities are and put a plan in place sooner than later. Identify the assets that are worth fixing and maintaining, making sure that we have scheduled maintenance activities so that we can maintain or extend the asset life, and seeing what gives us the best bang for our buck and then go from there. Because I think we're only seeing a few of these facilities, and I know there's other facilities and other buildings that the city owns, and one could look at this building as well in terms of what needs to be done. There's a lot of requests and a lot of pressure on this council. So I think I'd like to kind of absorb a little bit more in terms of what other facilities, in terms of all our facilities, not just Parks and Rec, what the issues are and what is the recommendations, and then kind of looking at, okay, let's go out to our ratepayers and say, okay, what is a priority for the community? And focus that, and you're right. Maybe it's building private public partnerships with some of the hotels that have pools. Maybe it's maybe it's building an outdoor rink, instead of a practice rink instead of getting practice ice on indoor rinks. We got to be a little bit more, I guess, flexible in regards to what the services that we offer, and I think our residents really need to understand that you can't have it both ways. You can't have all the different services and supports and keeping your taxes low. The costs of things are going up, and if we want to be a city that offers all these recreational activities and have have really good facilities, then it costs money to, first of all, to build them and also to maintain them. And then we have to put money aside because of the lifespan. So you have it's going to be a tough decision in terms of what we need to look at in terms of service expectations. So.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the asset management plan that was proposed by the province has brought things to a head. Now, previously councils years ago said, we went along, you budget a little bit, you fix that. Now the province said, well, you got to look at the overall picture and see what you got, what it's going to cost you, what you can do with, and what you can do without. And I mean, that's what it basically comes down to. And as Councillor Purcell and Councillor Laferniere said, there's going to be some, pretty difficult choices to be made. I mean, Pembroke did not always have a pool. The town of Renfrew does not have a pool. It was built by the Kinsman Club of Pembroke, and then they handed it off to the city. Here you go, there's a nice pool. Now you look after it, you get the chlorine, and oh, by the way, maybe a nice cover over that would make it an indoor pool. So that's what we're faced with. So we absorb the costs, but putting bad money, or good money after bad into the pool is not the solution. If we have to close the facility, and we may very well have to do that, that'll be something that'll have to be looked at very, with some microscopic look. We have to look at it basically to see if it'll go. Everybody wants, but we may also have to look at what's providing the most service for the community. Is it the rinks or is it the pool? Let's weigh that. And I mean, if you have two vehicles and, as individual human beings, and you look at it and you say, you know what? I can't afford two, so one's got to go until things get better or we put some money aside to buy the second one. I think that's going to have to be our option, to put it in, basic terms. What's good for the public? Where's the most impact coming from? And how do we do that? And I'm going to guarantee you, if you close the pool, you're going to have people come out of the woodwork saying, we need a pool in our community. And I mean, if we can't get the funding from the province or the feds or, the private sector, then we'll have to look elsewhere, and that's look within. And I mean, the Kinsman Club got a pool before there was, a hole in the ground. So who's to say that can't happen again? But if it has to close, we cannot continue to throw that kind of money into the facility. If every 5-6 months we're going to be faced with another $600,000, $700,000 bill, it's impossible.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you. So all valid points, and I try to look at things maybe as the glass being half full. So I know the CAO and I attended a Zoom call with the parliamentary assistant to discuss asset management, and it wasn't just the two of us, and this is since the last council meeting. And we're not the only municipality, obviously it's being provincially required, we're not the only municipality doing the asset management. We're not the only municipality that is facing challenges that as a result of this eye-opening experience to look at it and say, okay, there's shortfalls and so forth. Other municipalities, in some respects, I got a feeling, might possibly, if you can believe it, have it worse. Some of the other individuals on the calls, we're all talking about sustainable funding, predictable funding from the other levels of government. But when we look at different funding envelopes, the UMP funding and so forth, some of the other municipalities, it was very clear from their mayors, their CAOs, that the government has cut some of their funding, whereas, not that we said it very loudly, but our funding actually went up a little bit last time. I think, I like to believe that the province looks at what are the different municipalities, what are the debt loads, how much debt does each municipality have, and if you happen to be in a fortunate position where you have less debt, well, then they're clawing back on some of the different funding envelopes, and other municipalities, they're edging it up a little bit, and but certainly I'd like to think that the parliamentary assistant heard us, that predictable funding, so that it's not this year we're going to get X number of dollars and next year we're not going to get certain dollars, because we're trying to move forward, and I'd like to think that the province understands that there is a certain amount that you can tax your ratepayers, but then you can't do any more than that. I am curious to see the entire asset management unfold, because it is very much looking at it from a holistic point of view, because there's recreation, but there's other pressures upon the municipality. So we know that we need a new water tower that, like for like, I'm being told, is just south of maybe 10 million, but if you need to put in different pressuring systems so that you don't blow certain pipes, well, then maybe we're at 20 million. And that's just water, and we know that we're all personally liable if something goes wrong with water, and we have another Walkerton or something to that effect. So there's certain areas that when you look at asset management, they've got to go. They have to happen, or else people get sick or that sort of thing. And there's other areas that isn't as, they're nice. They're required for a nice community that gets younger individuals in and so forth. But there's certain infrastructure pressures that have to go. So certainly. I don't think it's the province just threw it out there and said, here, do asset management and we'll ignore you. They put in certain resources to allow us to do asset management. And then as recent as this, the parliamentary assistant saying, okay, let's have some engagement. What are you thinking? What are the challenges and so forth? So it's not like they just threw us out to the wolves. I think they want us to do asset management, and now they're in a feedback kind of a loop, which we gave some feedback together with the mayor and CEO of a different municipality.
It's 10:29.
Yeah, I know. I know. Motion to go another half hour. Councillor Keel, Councillor Lafreniere, those in favor? Carried. I had my eye on the watch there. The CEO is looking at me there. I just want to say thank you for the report, and it is an eye-opener. Old infrastructure, and the pool report, the aquatic complex report, will be coming in November for further discussion and decisions by this council. And I've always said, honestly, I believe we need a pool. It's used by many, the schools, seniors, the whole community. It's always busy. Outlying communities use a pool, but I've always said we can only build what we can afford, and we will only be able to build something we can afford when we get upper level government funding and neighboring support from municipalities, stakeholders. So that's the bottom line. So there'll be some tough decisions that have to be made about the pool and scale down project, but the money has to be there. One frustrating thing I do see in attending all these conferences I go to is that you talk to other councillors from the bigger cities, and we were at AMO, and they're getting the grants for the recreation. They're getting grants, and the rural communities are being left out. Well, at least Pembroke. Perry Sound got a grant a few years ago when the ISIP was in place, but they had $9 million down payment from all their municipalities. Then they got 26 million from the feds and province. We don't have that. So it's a tough decisions going to have to be made, and we want a pool, and we want our recreational facilities, and we'll have to address those issues. So our next item is the Pembroke on-demand. Yes?
With the greatest of respect, a question for you, Mr. Chair, maybe in consultation with Mr. Unraw. Are numbers F, G, or H time-sensitive matters, or is there anything that we can shed to move on to tonight's council meeting? Not trying to delay anything, but...
The CEO, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the one item that would be a requirement is the bylaw enforcement officer, so that's item G. Certainly the other two are not time sensitive at this point.
So we'll move to, yeah, we'll move with the approval of council, the Pembroke on-demand transit and the procedural bylaw to the next meeting. Would that be fine? Yes, Ms.
So in keeping with what Councillor Keel's raising, I would move that number F be, I guess, tabled, and then we could bring it back at the future meeting.
Right.
And so if I have a seconder for that one.
Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Carried. And what about H?
I would again move that we.
H is tabled. Those in favor? Okay. And who seconded that motion?
I moved it. I don't know who seconded it.
Councillor Keel. Okay, so we're going to have the transit and the procedural bylaw until the next meeting. That's tabled, and we're going to deal with the bylaw enforcement officer. Thank you very much. Ms. Martin.
So it'll be through me.
Oh,
Mr.
through
Chair.
you.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Unraw.
So the recommendation is that the current bylaw appointing bylaw enforcement officers for the city of Pembroke be repealed and a new bylaw be established. So I'm happy to announce that our very own Paul Champagne has recently accepted the supervisor's position in the Roads and Fleet and in the operations department. And as a result, that Mr. Champagne will need to be added to the city's current bylaw appointing municipal bylaw enforcement. A new bylaw will be before council this evening, adding Paul Champagne as a new bylaw enforcement officer. If there's any questions.
So that's at tonight's council meeting.
This is just information.
Correct? Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Giacono, Councillor Lafreniere, those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for October 3rd, 2023. I'd ask that everyone please take an opportunity to please stand. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. I understand, Councillor Keel, you have a motion?
Pursuant to Section 2.4 of the procedural bylaw that permits two-thirds of council to suspend the rules of the procedural bylaw, I move that we suspend Rule 8.3.1 that requires us to extend the hour every half hour.
Your seconder for that motion, seconded by Councillor Frenier. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in relation to the matters that are before this council meeting this evening? Seeing none. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of Council September 19th, 2023. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Jacquino. Those in favor? That is carried. Then we have adopting minutes from committees. First is Planning and Development Committee, September 5th, 2023. I have Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Frenier. Those in favor? That is carried. Next set of minutes from committees is Finance and Admin Committee, September 5th, 2023. I have Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? That is carried. For proclamations this evening, the first is National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Whereas the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report on June 2nd, 2015, which includes 94 calls of actions to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of Canadian reconciliation. And whereas the discoveries of remains in unmarked graves across Canada have led to increased calls for all levels of government to address the recommendations in the TRC's calls to actions, and whereas all Canadians in all orders of government have a role to play in the reconciliation, and whereas recommendation number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission called upon the federal government in collaboration with the Aboriginal peoples to establish as a statutory holiday a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation to ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. Therefore, I, Ron Gerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2023 as National Day for Truth and Reconciliation Day in the City of Pembroke, and encourage all to observe this date. September 30th was the National Truth and Reconciliation Day. As I sit on social media platforms for the City of Pembroke, the day is a solemn day of significance for the community and across the country. We honor the survivors of the residential school system and remember those who did not return. The CAO, Director of Planning, and I participated in a walk for National Truth and Reconciliation on September 29th. The flag for the National Truth and Reconciliation Day was flown at City Hall, and all other flags reduced to half-mast. This was a day utilized to reflect upon and commemorate the lives of those lost and the survivors still with us. I do hereby declare as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke, whereas October is recognized as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, 31 days to raise awareness using pink ribbon imagery to educate about breast health, services and programs available, to recognize survivors, their supporters and loved ones, and to honor those lives lost to this disease. And whereas genetics, environment, recurrence and lifestyle result in more aggressive forms and late-stage diagnosis of breast cancer, and whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to unite the community and spread important messages of early detection, screening, and prevention and assistance to women and men during and after treatment to increase survivorship and quality of life. Therefore, I, Ron Gerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke and encourage all to join in this observance. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. While huge progress has been made in the areas of treatment and prevention of breast cancer, it is still true that 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer during their lifetime. Please consider assisting with fundraising efforts for this cause and/or read up on this serious disease, as it might help yourself or someone you love. the city is flying the breast cancer awareness flag for the month of October, and I want to personally thank Councillor Keel for getting us these pins to wear proudly and to commemorate and think about Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I do hereby declare October 8th through the 14th as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Pembroke. Whereas the City of Pembroke is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting the city, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire, and whereas home fires result in an average of 24,000 fires, 3,100 injuries, and 377 deaths each year in Canada. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas 1/3 of fatal fires in Canada do not have working smoke alarms. And whereas working smoke alarms significantly reduce the risk of dying in home fires. And whereas the Pembroke Fire Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protective education. And whereas the City of Pembroke residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas in 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, pay attention to fire prevention effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and to use caution when cooking to reduce the risks of kitchen fires. Therefore, I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim October 8th through the 14th as Fire Prevention Week, and I urge all the people of Pembroke to check their kitchens for fire hazards and to use safe cooking practices during Fire Prevention Week 2023 and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Pembroke Fire Department and all fire departments across Ontario. October 8th through the 14th is Fire Prevention Week. As the proclamation indicates, fire is a serious public safety concern. It is our duty to consider, plan, and implement ways to reduce risks to ourselves, loved ones, and others. One way of doing this is to have working smoke alarms. We have a great full-time fire department in the City of Pembroke that are dedicated to ensuring we are safe. This year's theme, Cooking Starts With You. Therefore, in addition to having working smoke alarms, please ensure that you are taking every precaution in the kitchen to reduce kitchen fires. I do hereby declare October 10th, 2023 as Mental Health Day in the City of Pembroke, whereas October 10th is recognized around the globe as World Mental Health Day, a day to talk about mental health issues and illnesses, come together as communities to support those needing assistance, identify gaps in services, and look at ways to improve and enhance access to care. And whereas there's no doubt that the need for care is great, as in any given year, 1 in 5 of our residents will experience a mental health problem or illness, and regardless of their root cause, we need to recognize that these are health problems just like cancer, arthritis, or diabetes. And whereas good health is vital to our overall health and well-being, yet 1 in 8 people globally are living with mental health conditions which can impact the physical health and their well-being, how they connect with others, and their livelihoods. Mental health conditions are also affecting an increasing number of adolescents and young people. And whereas often fear and misunderstanding about mental health and mental illnesses leads to prejudice and discrimination against those who struggle, whether it is intentional or not. And whereas this discrimination and stigma can trigger feelings of hopelessness, and shame, and ultimately create serious barriers to diagnosis and treatment, as individuals are reluctant to share details about their struggles in the way that they would about physical symptoms and illnesses. And whereas as a community we can help by knowing the facts and educating ourselves about mental illnesses and mental health, being aware of our attitudes and behaviors, choosing our words carefully, educating others, challenging myths and stereotypes, focusing on positive and recognizing the mental health illnesses and mental health issues are only part of anyone's big picture, support people, treating everyone with dignity, respecting and offering support and encouragement, and being inclusive. Therefore, I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim October 10th, 2023 as Mental Health Day in the City of Pembroke and encourage those who are struggling to reach out for support. There are many great services in our region for people of all ages, and while navigating the healthcare system can be challenging, a new coordinated access service for those with mental health, substance abuse, and addictions needs to be available from access mha.ca. There's also a 24/7 mental health crisis line at 866-996-0991. That's not it. World Mental Health Day is October 10th. This year's theme is Mental Health is a Universal Human Right. The purpose of the day is to raise awareness and drive positive change and mobilize efforts in support of mental health. As discussed by Pat Finnegan when presenting the draft Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, mental health is a significant priority risk factor identified in the plan for our area. Please take a moment to reflect on World Mental Health Day and consider how we can be kind to one another and to work to assist those who are suffering with mental health concerns. The last proclamation for this evening, by virtue of the power vested in me, I do hereby declare October 17th, 2023 as the 23rd Annual Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Education Appreciation Day in the City of Pembroke. Whereas years of research confirm the benefits of high-quality early learning and child care for young children's intellectual, emotional, social, and physical development and later life outcomes, and whereas child care promotes the well-being of children and responds to the needs of families and the broader community by supporting quality of life so that citizens can fully participate in and contribute to the economic and social life of their community. And whereas trained and knowledgeable registered early childhood educators and child care staff are the key to quality in early learning and child care programs, whereas registered early childhood educators and child care workers will be vital to the success of the Canadian-wide early learning and child care system. Therefore, I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim October 17th, 2023 as the 23rd Annual Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day in the City of Pembroke in recognition of the education, dedication, and commitment of child care workers to children, their families, and quality of life in the community. As indicated, October 17, 2023 is the 23rd Annual Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Education Appreciation Day. ECE is so important to develop productive members of society. The recognition of child care workers is so important as they ensure that our future is bright with the development of so many young minds. Okay, bylaws. Councillor Keel, I believe you have 2023-73 bylaw enforcement officer appointment?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-73 being a bylaw to appoint municipal bylaw enforcement officers for the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-73 being a bylaw to appoint municipal bylaw enforcement officers of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. The next bylaw this evening is 2023-74 parking agreement. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Moved by myself and seconded by the Honourable Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah, that bylaw number 2023-74 being a bylaw to authorize the entering into of an agreement between TSH Lake Incorporated and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Waiting your signature, Your Worship.
The Deputy Mayor sworn into the Privy Council.
He's an honourable fellow.
I was wondering about the honourable part as well, but We're not trying to pick on you, Deputy Mayor. It's all good. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2023-74, a bylaw to authorize the entering into an agreement between TSH Lake Inc. and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation. Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Your Worship. This was discussed earlier at the Planning Committee meeting. And as we know, we had folks here tonight from Algonquin College. Additional parking is needed for students, etc. And Mr. Streak, who has been building a number of homes in the area, will definitely have this parking spot to the advantage of his buildings and provides more parking for students and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next is 2023-75, Emergency Management Program and Emergency Plan. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ed Giacono, that bylaw 2023-75, a bylaw to authorize and adopt the City of Pembroke's Emergency Management Program and Emergency Plan be adopted and passed, and further, that the said the bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation.
Thank you. So I was just curious how come Councillor Giacono is not honorable. But in any event, moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Giacono, that bylaw 2023-75, a bylaw to authorize and adopt the City of Pembroke's Emergency Management Program Emergency Plan be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation. Deputy Mayor.
This was discussed at the last meeting, and he is a very honorable man.
Call the question. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Can the record show we get a little punchy at 11 p.m.?
Motions, Councillor Lafreniere, Resolution 2023-19.
Yes, moved by myself, second by Councillor Ian Keel, whereas every municipality in the province of Ontario is required to adopt a community safety and well-being plan as set out in the Safer Ontario Act through the Ministry of Solicitor General, and whereas the City of Pembroke Police Services Board was successful in obtaining a grant which supported the board to hire consultant Patrick Finnegan to assist with the development of its community safety and well-being plan, and whereas the City of Pembroke Police Services Board invited other local Upper Ottawa Valley municipalities, City of Pembroke, Town of Petawawa, Town of Laurentian Hills, and the following townships: Laurentian Valley, Whitewater Region, Head Clara and Mariah, North Algona Wilberforce, and Edmundston Bromley to jointly develop a plan. And whereas on September 5th, 2023, Mr. Finnegan presented the Joint Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for Upper Ottawa Valley, therefore be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke approves and adopts the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as presented.
Okay, moved by Councillor Lafreniere, second by Councillor Keel, whereas every municipality in the province of Ontario is required to adopt the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as set out in the Safer Ontario Act through the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and whereas the City of Pembroke Police Services Board was successful in obtaining a grant which supported by the board to hire a consultant, Mr. Pat Finnegan, to assist with the development of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, whereas the City of Pembroke Police Services Board invited other local Upper Ottawa Valley municipalities, in addition to ourselves being the Town of Petawawa, Town of Laurentian Hills, and following townships being Laurentian Valley, Whitewater Region, Head Clare, Mariah, North Algona, Wilberforce, and Edmundston Bromley to jointly develop the plan. And whereas on September 5th, 2023, Mr. Finnegan did present the Joint Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for Upper Ottawa Valley. Therefore, be it resolved, the Corporation of the City of Pembroke approves and adopts the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as presented. Councillor Lafreniere, did you wish to speak to this motion?
This is a joint venture, as mentioned in the resolution, throughout the Ottawa Valley, and now we put it in motion, and we know that it is no better time than to be coming forward with this, with the issues facing all communities: homelessness, mental health. So anyway, I'm proud to be bringing that forward.
Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried, and I join you in your sentiments. This has been a long time coming, this community safety and well-being plan. Now we have it in place, but now the work must continue on with subcommittees and continuing to move that forward and try to deal with some of the issues in our community. For the Mayor's report, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to bring you the Mayor's report from myself. As stated at the last council meeting, with fall upon us and an increased risk of flu and COVID, I'd ask everyone to be mindful of this and do their part in helping to reduce the risk. In respect to invitations and appearances, as I mentioned earlier, on September 21st, the CEO and I participated in a meeting with the Parliamentary Assistant of Infrastructure Ontario with others to discuss asset management. I believe it was helpful as the province continues to move forward with the requirement to have asset management plans. One key message was made by the municipalities in attendance is that we need predictable and sustainable funding. It is one thing to reflect upon the shortfalls and conditions of assets, but it's another to be able to fund the replacement of those assets, as we discussed earlier this evening. On September 23rd, I had the pleasure to attend the unveiling of the beautiful waterfront waterfalls together with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Keel, Councillor Fernier, Councillor Jacquinot. Many thanks to the numerous volunteers and businesses who gave time and money for this great addition. As many know, the waterfalls is dedicated to frontline workers, wounded warriors, frontline emergency workers. Great work with everyone involved, and this is certainly a new gem at our waterfront. And as I understand that the device that I clicked on that day is now there so that people can watch the waterfalls, because there were some individuals that were wondering how it turned on. Later that day, I attended with Linda Jansen to wish her happy 65th birthday and present her with a certificate. It was a great visit. Happy, healthy residents in the city of Pembroke, and engaging with them is just a pleasure to engage with. September 27th, I participated in an interview with City News covering a number of items affecting our beautiful city. It's nice to have such interest in the city of Pembroke from Ottawa. I found that City News to be fair in their coverage of events and topics that pertain to Pembroke, and I'm very pleased to engage with them. September 29th, I attended the Truth and Reconciliation Walk followed by the event to the Cenotaph together with the CEO and the Director of Planning. Was pleased to hear from Carrie Fortin, to participate in a candle vigil at the event and to have an opportunity to reflect upon the day and what it means to myself. It was well organized, and I wish to thank the Recreation Department as well for doing and assisting with the logistics. Thank you to Thai Gardens for offering free lunch to the participants. Certainly the generosity in Pembroke is one of the many reasons why I love Pembroke. I did come away with some, we call them, I guess, Z cards, but it's information items in respect to, one's a cultural card and one is knowledge to action, and a lot of great information about Indigenous individuals. There's columns here about myths, facts, relationship building, really interesting information. So I brought that so that councillor members can peruse that. September 30th, the Deputy Mayor and I had the benefit of attending the 3rd annual Pet Carnival at Bright Eyes and Bushy Tails. Many activities for everyone, including a magic show, circus, midway games. Great pleasure to be judges again this year for the dog fashion show. Congratulations to Vikas Sharma and Rupali Sharma and the entire group at Bright Eyes and Bushy Tails. Truly wonderful to be asked to participate in these great events, and it just certainly makes my day when we get invited to events like that. It's lighthearted, it's good fun, and just to see different businesses, this particular business having a location in Pembroke as well as Petawawa. Regarding other noteworthy items, I wish to thank the community for their patience regarding the Kingsman Pool closure. The closure is due to unforeseen mechanical issues. Updates regarding the pool closure will be made by the Communications Department as they become available. This closure is a reflection at the age of this tired facility. Our ad hoc pool committee has been meeting, and there are discussions with various stakeholders regarding a path forward. There will be more to come in the future regarding the pool. As with all infrastructure, there is a cost of making services available to the public, and it's our responsibility to make appropriate decisions weighing quality of life and the cost of the different services. As council will not be meeting until after Thanksgiving, I wish to take this opportunity to wish all members of council, the entire city family, and all residences and businesses a very healthy, happy, and enjoyable Thanksgiving. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Councillor updates. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a few things tonight. 2 weeks ago, I participated in the hour-long meeting with the Parks and Rec consulting firm for the Parks and Rec Master Plan that we had to put aside for a couple of years because of COVID. It was a very informative and detailed discussion that we had on the roadmap. Parks and Rec Master Plan is a 10-year roadmap of facilities and programs, where we are and where we want to go and how do we get there. It's online now. I encourage everyone to partake in that. On the 23rd of September, I sponsor and I'm involved in the skateboard committee with Randy Peterson and Tanner Hogan at the Colony Skateboard Shop. We had SXX Roll Forever, and they're very gracious of the city sponsorship of $500. And this is the money that comes out of the family and youth programming that we started a few years ago. I think there's $13,500 budget. That afternoon or late evening, I was a judge at the Norkeys and O'Kenny's Rib Fest. It was the first one. They raised $1,000 for the grind, and Councillor Keel said he would like to be a judge next year, so I put in a good word for you. And we tasted 8 different ribs, and this was an amateur event. So Norkeys and O'Kenny's organized it, and they sold out of all the ribs. So it was well attended. So it's going to be bigger and better than next year. And he's very appreciative of the city, you know, allowing the liquor license and that. It was very well attended. There was music. It was great. So the mayor already mentioned the waterfall and the bright ice and bushy tails contest. That was a real cute. So September 29th, we had a youth council meeting. Councillor Keel attended. Councillor Frednick sent regrets. She had another engagement. We had a really good meeting. We've assigned 2 youth to run the social media. Our next meeting will be November 13th, and we're hoping for more youth, and we're going to the school board at the end of the month, and we're going to pump it up. And this is going to take a while, but it's very positive, and just like Community Watch or the Community Garden, it takes a while, but with partnerships it'll grow. October 2nd, yesterday, we had our Community Watch meeting, and the comment was that it was one of the best ones we've ever had. We had close to 30 people there at the fire hall. We just certified 2 zones, Johnson Meadows, and the other one, the Elizabeth Street, is going to be certified. And so it's coming along quite well. And Stacey Taylor was there, and her son Matt, and we want to thank them for coordinating the PBA downtown core. And you'll see the signs go up soon, and some promotion, some publicity for that. We want to thank the OPP and Constable Sean Peaver for their partnership. This is on behalf of Councillor Purcell and I. As chair of the Public Library Board, and he is the property chair, we want to congratulate the Pembroke Public Library under the leadership of Karthi Rajamani for their Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce Award for Business Excellence in Tourism. That was at the recent awards that Councillor Keel attended on behalf of the city. I'll let him list the other winners that were there, but I want to do that as chair of the library board. I'm on the committee for the Gotcha Mine Store, Blanche Miro, and Blanche gives out more than she receives. So basically, we're having a fundraiser at Fitzy Sports Bar on October 20th. So far, we have bands from 7 till midnight. I'm waiting to hear from one more band. It's $10 cover charge, and there'll be publicity coming out, and all the funds go towards paying the rent. She has a beautiful store. I know you've all been there, and it's a social enterprise, so we want the public to support Blanche on October 20th, beginning at 7. And if you have a guitar, Councillor Giacono, you're welcome to bring it down. Well, there you go. Thank you, Your Worship.
Keel?
If this sounds quick, it's only because I'm mindful of the time and not because I don't appreciate the updates that I'm giving. I did have the opportunity of attending the Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards with a delegation here from City Hall, and congratulations certainly go out to Contact North, who won the Community Impact Award, Forging Forward Counseling Services, who won Excellence in Personal Care, Health and Wellness, Holiday Inn Express Pembroke, Excellence in Hospitality and Lodging, Mike's Tax Services, the Solopreneur Award, and the Pembroke Multicultural Festival, the Excellence in Tourism and Recreation. And certainly I know we all congratulate not only the winners from Pembroke, but there's a whole list of finalists. And that was posted on the City of Pembroke Facebook page if anyone wants to know exactly how excellent our local businesses are. I want to personally thank the mayor for recognizing World Mental Health Day on October 10th. As the mayor said, this year's theme is mental health as a human right. And I believe that, and I certainly hope that everyone around the council table agrees on that. This is an annual day that's really out there so that people talk about mental health, but more importantly, to try and get rid of the stigma of mental health. It's not something that should stay in the shadows. It's something that should be talked about. It's something that we should all support our friends, our neighbors, our colleagues about. And in my other role as Vice Chair of the Robbie Dean Centre, I certainly appreciate your worship for recognizing that day. November 4th, we're kind of going to flow into this one. So I had an idea this summer because I didn't have enough on my plate. So November 4th at Festival Hall, the Robbie Dean Centre is hosting a concert for veterans. 100% of the proceeds of the concert is going to be divided between the Pembroke Legion and the Petawawa Legion. The event is going to be a mix of Legion ceremony. There's Kojako is doing some video vignettes of some of our war heroes that will be played in between the bands switching on and off. There's 4 musical acts, all of whom are either currently serving in the military, retired from the military, or married to someone in the military. So I certainly, I will be extending formal invitations to everyone here at Council, but that will be November 4th at Festival Hall. And finally, Festival Hall continues as the representative on the consortium. Festival Hall continues to be busy. I was actually there twice this weekend at a couple country events. But coming up later this month, the Enos Sisters on Wednesday, October 18th. Anvil with special guest Fist. Doesn't sound country. I might not be at that one, but I know there's some rock people that are very much looking forward to that one. So while I might not have any specialty on it, it sounds like that could be an event that you won't want to miss if you're in the rock world. Shocking, isn't it? Yeah. And then later this month, the Pembroke Symphony Orchestra. And at the end of the month, Susan Glue-Clark with special guest Josie Bourgeois. And this is Susan Glue-Clark, of course, is a Juno Award winner, amazing singer, and that will be part of the Downey-Wenjack Reconciliation Project. So that's for the month of October. And like the mayor, I would also like to wish all of my colleagues here and all of the staff a happy Thanksgiving.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Worship. To advance efforts in supports of homelessness prevention, on September the 20th, Krista Zingle, Andrew Bailey, and I attended the site tour at the Grace Inn Shelter in Belleville. It's a 33-bed shelter for men, women, and families experiencing homelessness. The shelter provides a safe and supportive environment for people to stay while they work towards finding permanent housing. The shelter also offers a variety of support services, including meals, clothing, showers, laundry, counseling, services, job training, life skills training, and referrals to other community services. In 2021, the Grace Inn Shelter provided shelter to over 500 people. Of those people, 60% were men, 30% were women, and 10% were children, with the average length of stay of the shelter was 30 days. The Grace Inn Shelter is an important resource in people experiencing homelessness in Belleville. The shelter provided a safe and supportive environment for people to stay while they work towards finding permanent housing. The shelter also offers a variety of supports to help people get back on their feet. Currently, Belleville has about 200 homeless individuals. The shelter has grown from 4 individuals, full-time employees, to 17 full-time staff. It was a team of 4 persons that started Grace Inn in 2019 and has grown to its current size and level. Approximately 3/4 of its annual funding comes from provincial and federal governments, some of which is channeled through the County of Hastings. So as you're well aware, I've been kind of looking at benchmarking when we look at warming centers and also shelters and looking at best practices. I think I was really impressed with the Belleville Grace Inn in terms of their operations. Their success model was built upon strict and deliberate policies and procedures, formal and extensive staff, and volunteer screening and training, and highly collaborative leadership team that does constant outreach with the entire community. Pembroke has an excellent opportunity to accept Grace's Inn to assist in scaling a local program here, including guidance on fundraising with government and other stakeholders. So they've offered their services to support other initiatives in terms of a warming center or shelter. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Rob Crisp. He's the executive director, Ashley Vader, director of operations, and Emma Earl, associate director of programming, for hosting the visit. And I'd also just like to send a thank you for the T-shirt that they provided me from Grace Inn upon completion of our tour. Again, I thought it was very valuable in terms of benchmarking what excellence looks like. And I think there's an opportunity for us to, as we move forward in terms of our homeless supports, is to look at the best practices and implement them into some of our initiatives that we have going forward in terms of a warming center or eventually a shelter. Thank you.
And thank you for going out and researching that. Yeah. Any other councillor updates? Seeing none, I understand that Deputy Mayor, you have a motion to move into a closed session.
Yes. Motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell, to move into a caucus meeting on October 3rd, 2023, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations as per the Municipal Act, Section 2392D, regarding QP Local 24 labor negotiations.
Thank you. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss labor relations or employees negotiations as per the Municipal Act, Section 2392D, regarding QP Local 24 labor negotiations. Call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. We will now move into a closed session.